Joja is bad.
Why did the mayor let them in?
Joja ruined everything. The town's not the same.
Morris is so greasy.
The community center is gone.
Corruption.
No soul, just profits. Joja doesn't care about the valley.
Stop. What if I've been wrong all along? What if Joja Corp being here isn't the problem, but an opportunity? What if there's something I've been missing? Today, I'm heading back to Stardew Valley, not to take sides, but to take a closer look. This time, I want to see what Joja can really offer a player, to see what a life in the valley looks like through Joja's lens. Streamlined, efficient, profitable, because in the end, synergy always delivers. I'm going to be playing on a standard farm for maximum usable space, 3,427 tillable tiles to be exact. Since Morris is already part of the Joja team, I'll be taking on the role of Boris, proud overseer of the Jojazon Farm. For a bit of extra spice, I've enabled remixed mine rewards, but otherwise this is a 100% default unmodded Stardew playthrough. Because I really want to push the limits of possibility, I'll also be trying out animation canceling for the first time, a speedrunning technique to make every second count. My goal is simple: push Stardew's economy to its limits. I'll be showcasing a proven min-max route through the first spring, but let's be honest, my own egg-headedness is bound to get in the way. After that, I'll be taking the reins myself, and let's just say that the results are very me. When it comes to maximizing profit in the early game, it's better to play as a female character, so Boris becomes Doris. Buckle up, it's gonna be a busy spring. Right out of the gate, I'm picking up my bed. I won't need it for a while. I snag the parsnips and move the TV right next to the door. Now, when I pass out at night, I'll spawn right next to my door with the TV right there to check the weather and daily luck. Swinging my scythe takes 0 energy, so I'm going to be slicing through a lot of weeds today looking for mixed seeds. My first major task is cutting down 9 trees, avoiding oak trees because acorns don't drop until day 2. It's more energy efficient right now to only fell the trees, leaving the stumps for future me to deal with. Felling tree number 9 levels up my foraging skill and provides the wood I need to craft a chest. I deposit everything except my tools and start carving a path south to the Cinder Sap Forest. By the way, if you're interested in following along with this playthrough, I've linked the min-max guide in the video description. Taking a screenshot in the menu, I can keep time paused while I determine my foraging route. I want to be back near Marnie's farm around 11:30 to start meeting the townsfolk. I'm targeting the forageables first and clusters of weeds second. I get pretty dismal luck with only a single spring onion spawning. Fun fact, it's possible for up to 22 to spawn on day 1. My loop took a little too long, so Jazz is a little further along her path than I'd like, but I meet her heading back south to meet Haley, then head west into town. Here, I'll check the garbage cans as I wait for Marnie to come around the corner, meeting her and proceeding south to the beach. There aren't any artifact spots for me to grab, which would have netted me another 250 gold. Oh well, I'll meet Elliot and make sure to leave these beach forageables behind. I'll be grabbing them tomorrow. Then it's back to town, continuing east across the bridge to meet Clint. I proceed north, checking garbage cans along the way. Ooh, a broken CD, just what I wanted. In Joja, I meet Pam, Alex, and Shane. Even though we don't talk, it counts as meeting them. I've got a quick moment to burn, cutting the weeds behind Joja before proceeding back west, meeting Abigail on the bridge. I now check the garbage cans in the center of town, heading south to intercept Maru. After checking Lewis's garbage, I move west again towards the town center, meeting Evelyn, Carolyn, Jody, and Vincent in a straight-ish line. I pivot north to meet Harvey and cut more weeds. Phew, okay, now I head back east to Pierre's store to meet Leah and Pierre himself. For any characters behind counters, I do have to walk around to meet them properly. Shopping does not count as meeting them. I exit Pierre's at 4 o'clock, which just happens to be right when Alex is leaving his bedroom. I pop in to meet George in front of the TV and Alex before heading south to the saloon. On the way, I can talk to Penny and then meet both Emily and Gus behind the counter. Okay, with that, I should now have met 24 out of 28 people, and I can move back towards my farm to keep working. Note that this is the only socializing I do on this route. My number one goal right now is earning enough money to buy a fiberglass rod to fish with tomorrow. I slash through more weeds at the farm, hoping for as many mixed seeds as I can find. My goal is to exit north to the backwoods around 6 o'clock. I can then meet Linus next to his tent right as I hear a door opening. That's Sebastian leaving his dungeon, allowing me to meet him and Demetrius. I don't need to talk to Robin, we've technically already met, even though I skipped the opening cutscene. I've now met 27 out of 28 people, leaving only Willy. The last leg of the day one loop is cutting the weeds west of the community center and the fountain before heading back to the farm once more. In the twilight hours, I make sure to plant my parsnip seeds and all of the mixed seeds that I've found. You may have noticed that my character is performing actions very quickly. This is because of animation canceling, a speedrunning technique. I've assigned a macro to my R key that acts as if I'm clicking, then pressing R, right shift, and delete all at the same time. This macro performs the tool action and cancels the animation of that action, dramatically reducing the amount of time each action takes. With my energy at nearly zero, I spend the last few hours today slashing through more weeds. Here's the thing though, I have a few crops left unwatered and gathered additional mixed seeds that I want to try and plant. I can continue working past zero energy, but I'm now exhausted. This slows down my movement speed and would normally give me an energy penalty of 50% tomorrow. Leveling up a skill negates that penalty, so having leveled up my foraging at the start of today means that no matter what I do, I will start tomorrow with full energy. This mechanic is pivotal to this route. Before the end of the day, I sell everything that I can, keeping any stone, wood, coal, which I don't have, and 20 fiber. Everything else goes. I need to make sure I step inside my house before passing out, otherwise I will incur a 10% gold penalty. While I wait to pass out, I'll do some more quick renovating. And by that, I mean deleting all my other furniture. It's only going to get in my way. I level up overnight, and while selling 228 fiber does hurt my soul, it plus the sap nets me 742 gold. Well, that was kind of a psychotic day one. How do you think day two is gonna go? First task, watering. Because I'm obsessed with this game, I know that these are parsnips, these are potatoes, and these are cauliflower. I'm going to make a note of having 21 parsnips, 7 potatoes, and 3 cauliflower. This will be important for my farming experience routing. Checking my mailbox, Willy's got something for me at the beach. Just the man I'm looking for. I deposit absolutely everything from my inventory, keeping my hoe, 50 wood for another chest, and 1 stone. I make my way to the beach, finding a Joja cola in the garbage. Who would dare throw this out? I'm shocked, offended, and so happy that I now get a speed buff for 21 seconds. I make it to the beach, getting my bamboo pole from Willy. Thanks! Here man, have a rock! Bestowing upon Willy that wondrous gift completes a quest for 100 gold. I'll turn that in soon. Right now, every second is precious. I zoomed my screen out all the way and I spotted a bubble spot on the west dock. In the early game, fishing bubble spots is 100% worth it. The higher catch rate in bubble spots will net me a lot more money and XP despite providing potentially lower quality fish. I'm aiming for as many perfect catches as possible, but it's tough with this itty-bitty fishing bar. The only thing more valuable than a perfect catch is a treasure chest. The XP is nice, but there are some real goodies in those chests. At around 8:40, Willy moves inside his shop. Thank you, sweet Joja Cola. I slam it back and go to collect all of the beach forage. Unfortunately, I once again don't see any artifact spots. Had I found one, taking an extra trip to the museum to turn it in right now would have absolutely been worth the 250 gold. Inside Willy's shop, I turn in my quest and sell absolutely everything I can, bringing me to 1,622 gold. I need 1,800 for the fiberglass rod, but I also need to be level 2 2 in fishing. That's why, for the first time ever, I'm now rocking the training rod. I found a sea jelly, eating it for a +1 fishing buff and casting way too far away. Right now, it's better to be doing minimum casts with this training rod, reducing time wastage for the long casts and tending towards shallower fish that are easier to catch perfectly. I only need a little more money, and with the bigger fishing bar on the training rod, getting as many perfect catches as possible, as quickly as possible, is my road to level 2. Another technique I'm using to save time is after catching a fish, while the animation of it flying towards me is playing, I'm holding the button to recast. This cancels the animation where my player shows what I just caught. I do end up tricking myself here though. I look at my character menu seeing, oh hey, I'm level 2. That was fast. See how it's green? I'm level 2 because of my buff, and the rod isn't available yet. That's a bit of time lost. Back to fishing. Just past 4 p.m., I'm getting nervous. I can't wait much longer. Willie is going to be closing up shop soon. But as my fishing buff wears off, I am now properly level 2, running into Willie's to sell everything that I can, buying the fiberglass fishing rod, and investing every last remaining bit of gold into bait. 69 to be exact. Nice. I have been fortunate with my treasure chests, already having found a diamond. I store everything into my chest, taking a position on the dock facing east and fishing with maximum casts until the end of the day. The hard part is over, now for the grind. I'll continue eating sea jelly that I find to maintain the +1 fishing buff as much as possible. The buff makes my fishing bar larger and casts longer. The name of the game is now money. Now having bait in my rod dramatically improves catch rates, and by the end of the day I've accumulated a healthy nest egg of fish. I've exhausted myself again and will be passing out here, but remember, my skill ups make that not matter, and losing 10% of my 2 gold isn't something that I'm concerned about. I leave everything in the chest, keeping a Joja Cola on me for tomorrow's run. I pass out, leveling up 4 times. What a stellar day 2. Day 3 starts with a healthy dose of Joja Blue, and I'm off to do more fishing. During spring, when it's raining, the highest gold per hour comes from catfish in the river. It always rains on day 3, and despite my low fishing skill making catching these bad boys quite difficult, in single player, time is paused during the fishing game, so I'm not losing anything here. Assuming I catch the suckers. Just before 9 a.m., I stop fishing, heading towards town for some chores. Stop 1, Willie's shop to sell both the morning's bounty and everything that I accumulated late yesterday. This makes me just over 3,000 gold, all of which I am reinvesting into bait. Back down to 2 gold, I have 603 bait, which will carry my fishing efforts for the remainder of the season. I grab everything from the chest, and here's something new that I learned. I can pick up this chest without a tool by clicking on it repeatedly with an empty hand. I won't be returning to this fishing spot, and this chest is simply too valuable to leave behind. I head to the blacksmith, accidentally selling both of the gold ore that I had found from fishing chests. Rats! I only needed 50 to process these geodes. It's fine. I'll sell this 1 iron ore instead of the gem that I just got to purchase a single copper ore. Acquiring that single piece of copper will trigger the cutscene with Clint tomorrow, unlocking the furnace. I donate the less valuable gem to the museum, but I'll note that I'm holding off turning in my quest. That 250 gold can just sit there until I'm ready to use it. I want to keep my money as low as possible right now. I head back to the river spot, plopping down the chest, and here is where I'm going to stand fishing until I pass out at the end of the day, hence wanting to keep my money low. I eat my last sea jelly for the fishing buff. Unfortunately, that's all I'm gonna get. If you've seen my other videos, I have a bit of a habit of hoarding items, and in this early stage of the game, I feel it's best to take every advantage that I can. Later that evening, I get the Mother Catch achievement, which means I've caught 100 fish already. Right before I pass out, I make sure to grab every high-value fish from my chest. I'll bring the gems and coal back too. I'm gonna try and save all of the diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and jade for when I have desert access. I try for one last greedy cast, but no dice. I pass out, choosing the Fisher perk for leveling to 5, but missing my level 6 target. Don't worry, that's not going to impact the route as much as my own eggheadedness will. From now on, I will be checking the weather and luck every single day. This will allow me to more accurately plan my inventory around those rainy days where I'll be fishing the river for catfish. I get the furnace schematic and place yesterday's gems in the chest. The fish are coming with me to sell, though I am gonna hold on to the chubs if I find myself without energy. I water and get to chopping some trees. This time, I'm fine to fell oak trees. I want as many acorns as I can get. I chop enough to level up my foraging again, also finding a farming book. These grant 250 farming XP, and I elect to use it right away. I wish I'd saved it, as it will divert me from the route and force me to think a bit. It's fine. I harvest enough wood to craft another chest and keep some stashed in preparation for crafting a scarecrow. Now I set off north through the backwoods. I make my way to the mountain lake, picking up and eating a leek along the way. Any of these forageable items are now worth far more to me as energy than they are as gold. I plonk down my chest a few tiles back from where I'll be standing and, yup, the good old mountain lake fishing spot where I will be dedicating pretty much all of my time unless it's raining for the next while. Anytime I see a bubble spot that isn't obnoxious to get to, I will be prioritizing fishing them. I did do this spot a little inefficiently, but this was easier for my brain to cast from back here. As I mentioned, the catch rate is substantially higher in the bubbles, and they are absolutely worth fishing. Throughout the day, I prioritize eating green algae, then chubs. I divert from the guide here. It recommends drinking Joja Cola for energy, but I feel it's better to save the cola for running around the map. That +1 speed buff for 21 seconds can be quite handy. I fish right to the witching hour, then grabbing all of the high-value fish, ore, and coal that I've collected. I take a moment to slam back that sweet, sweet Joja Cola, refilling the final slot with a bullhead. Since I know tomorrow is a sunny day, I can leave my fishing rod here to bring back as many fish as possible. I add these fish to what I sold this morning and spend the last moments before passing out doing my best impersonation of a lawnmower. I gain level 2 foraging, level 1 farming from that book I read, level 6 fishing, and level 7 fishing. The fish I sold provide 9,300 gold for me to invest tomorrow. The morning of the 5th, Marnie has a cat available for me to adopt. Technically, it would be more efficient to not adopt a pet, but this little fella belongs to me now. I'm going to name him Mochi in honor of my recent Dave the Diver adventure. Today's first task is harvesting the parsnips. The 5th also marks the unlocking of the mines, and I want to get right into them. I bring another chest, the chubs, and parsnips that I just harvested as energy. After the fishing for income phase, I will be spending a lot of time following this route with a pickaxe in hand. Having only the smallest backpack, inventory management is going to be a real pain, hence the chests that I've been bringing with me everywhere. This next task is very tight on time to complete. I need to harvest enough stone and copper ore to build a furnace and smelt 5 copper bars, all before 3 p.m. Here I'm employing a different strategy to my previous video. I'm avoiding the gray rocks. While they do guarantee XP, they take 2 hits to break, while these other rocks break in 1, leading to more floors and hopefully more copper. Animation canceling is hugely helpful here, but it absolutely wrecks my energy. I will not be able to maintain this pace without a more robust energy source. I find floor 10 relatively early, and this is why I love the remixed mine rewards. Instead of getting some boring leather boots, I find a femur. The rusty sword you start with is a garbage weapon, and this club is going to make a big difference in my mining adventures. There are some who consider the hammer multi-strike thing a bug, but ConcernedApe knows about it and has chosen to not patch it. Therefore, I consider it a feature and will be using it. Mostly because it's so darn fun. On floor 11, I have 25 copper ore and 20 stone, enough for the furnace and the first bar. With that on the go, I empty my inventory, and instead of pushing for more depth in the mine, I'm going to be focusing solely on farming floor 11 for more copper. If I don't see anything of interest on the floor, I pop right back to the surface and use the elevator to go back down. This regenerates the floor every time until I find one that I like. I find this beauty of a floor with a copper cluster on the far right, and with it, I should have enough copper. Now I just have to hope I have enough time to smelt it. I hover close to the elevator, keeping my furnace lit at all times until just before 3 p.m. when the last bar finishes. Phew! This is going to be cutting it close. The blacksmith closes at 4. It's 3:50. Yes! Oh, made it. That was way too close, but I'm able to get my pickaxe upgrading to copper. The rest of my money goes into 3 things: enough iron and gold ore for 5 bars each, and kale to fill my field back in. I'm not going to have enough for all of it buying the iron I need, but only a handful of gold ore, keeping 2,000 gold for kale. Since I don't have the membership yet, I can't support Joja, buying seeds from Pierre at the lower rate. Now, I blunder here. I was thinking to myself, I don't need to plant a green bean for the community center. I'm all about Joja. I should have planted a green bean today, since I already have potatoes and cauliflower growing. This will end up costing me, though it won't end up having a significant impact on the overall route. If you plan on following this route, plant the crops for the community center. It's so much more beneficial than a purely Joja route and would have resulted in more income for me. And let's face it, keeping my bottom line as plushy as possible is darn near a core value of Joja. Back at the farm, I plant and water all of the crops, adding 29 kale to my tally for farming XP. Fortunately, no crows have taken any of my crops because of that early scarecrow. With all of the stressful stuff done for the day, I run back up to the mine, grabbing my ores, coal, and furnace. The furnaces will join me at my fishing spot so that I can continue smelting bars needed for more pickaxe upgrades while I earn the money for them. I've been finding a fair number of treasure chests. This one has a strange doll in it. I don't think I've ever found a strange doll this early. Sorry Gunther, this thing is worth 1,000 gold, so it's being sold. I am gonna pass out once again, making sure to stuff my inventory with everything of value beforehand. Can I sneak in one more cast? Nope. I level up farming to 2 and mining to 1. I'm not going to sell any of these fish quite yet, but that chest by the lake is getting full fast. I do my watering and spend a bit more time chopping trees. This is simply passing a bit of time so that I can enter the town from the bus stop at 8 a.m. This triggers the community center cutscene. Don't skip it! Skipping this cutscene would put my character back at the entrance to town. Watching it puts me at the community center. But now I'm going to edit it out. I run inside to interact with the golden tablet, setting another quest line in motion. I've got a few quest objectives stacking up for turn-in, which I'll do now. On top of keeping my furnace running, I don't have much else to say aside from fishing for day 6. I find a bubble spot. Huzzah! Excitement? At the end of the day, I chug back a cola and grab all of my high-value items, adding them to yesterday's catch. Now for some quick math. I need to sell enough stuff to afford my steel pickaxe, 5,000 gold, plus the remaining gold ore. I've acquired 8 ore from fishing and the previous purchase, needing 17 more. At 400 gold a pop, that's another 6,800 for a total of 11,800 gold needed for tomorrow. Assuming I've done my math correctly, which is inherently a questionable statement, I sell all of this, adding it to my existing 400 gold. Alright, here goes nothing. I don't have a bed, so I'll just stand in my mostly empty room until I pass out. Min-maxin', baby! I reach fishing level 8, collecting 11,391 gold for my efforts. That puts me 13 gold short of my goal. Just kidding, it's fine. I have mail to check. Kicking off day 7, my pickaxe is ready and I learned the stir-fry recipe from the Queen of Sauce. Demetrius pops by with his offers for my cave. Mushrooms are the correct choice for this run. After I do my watering, I need to check my mailbox. This is why it's important to choose a female character. And stop. There. this one. Had I chosen a male character, Mom would have sent me cookies. As a female, Dad sends me 500 gold, which is far more valuable. My next stop is the Wizard's Tower to progress the Community Center questline. While this cutscene does not count as meeting the wizard, I no longer have any need to socialize. At all. It's my type of run. I made sure to have 5 iron bars with me for the blacksmith, stopping on the way to empty the river fishing chest. The sweet, satiating taste of Joja Cola will help get me there that little bit faster. Bye, Joja. I claim my copper pickaxe, immediately submitting it for another upgrade. I buy the gold ore I need and dump my remaining money into copper ore. The goal is still to keep my money as low as possible so I can continue passing out with minimal consequence. I had a realization that this placement for the furnace is not great. This is where Sebastian will stand to smoke, and while NPCs no longer break chests that are in their way, they will break furnaces. That's a cost I cannot absorb. The rest of today will be dedicated to smelting ore and fishing for as much money as possible. As the day wore on, I had to do some serious inventory triage. I have accumulated way too many things. I should have brought another chest, maybe? Every time I find a deluxe bait from a treasure chest, I'm swapping it for my normal bait. The increased catch rate and larger fishing bar are quite helpful. Aha! Yep, see? There's Sebastian. If my furnace was still there, I would have lost the furnace and 2,000 gold worth of gold ore. I've decided to leave the fish here. I'll definitely be getting more of those, whereas these bobbers and random artifacts need to go. Each of these dressed spinners is worth 500 gold, so I can't really complain too much about them. I pass out, leveling up to 9 in fishing. After watering, my goal for day 8 is fish. I have my 5 gold bars ready for my pickaxe tomorrow, so the name of the game is making money. I find a bubble spot, and now that my fishing skill is so much higher, I'm getting much lower quality fish from these spots. Even so, it's still worth fishing for that increased catch rate. More catches, more experience, and more chances for treasure chests. After fishing like a man possessed all day, just before 1 a.m., I grab all of the fish and high-value items. I need 10,000 gold for my pickaxe upgrade tomorrow, plus another 2,000 to finally get that medium backpack. I want to sell as close to the 12,000 gold mark as I can, but not over. After all, once I've reached level 10 fishing, my profit per fish is going to increase by a further 25%. I'm able to keep my chubs and these gems. If I find myself in dire need, I will sell them, but not today. I make 12,750 gold, overshooting my goal a bit, but there's always ways to spend more money. Lots of pollen. No rain. That's a pollen. Good one, Live Me. I need to burn a bit of time before the blacksmith opens, so I'm going to plant a bunch of rice shoots that I've been finding. I'm planting 23 of them, so I'll add that to my running crop list. I chop trees to fill the rest of my time, no longer caring about inefficiency by chopping stumps. I want to start clearing more usable space. I pop over to Clint's, claiming my steel pickaxe and upgrading it to gold right away. Oh, and this backpack upgrade, it's been 9 days. 9 days of suffering. Oh, backpack, I love you. To spend out the rest of my money, I'm going to buy kale seeds. They'll be what I use to reach farming level 6 before the end of the month. The rest of day 9 is spent fishing the mountain lake. The spirits are in good humor today, and I think it's because they're taunting me. Now they give me more gold from treasure chests? It's all for the greater good. The greater good. Just past 8 at night, I get the message that I was waiting for. I have new ideas to sleep on. That's level 10 fishing. I fish through the rest of the day, once again intending to pass out here. I fill up my inventory and it's glorious. Look at all this room for activities. I pass out, choosing the angler profession so that my fish are now worth 50% more to sell. Aha! Here we go. Tomorrow will be my second rainy day. That will throw a bit of a wrinkle in the route. Before diving into that, I sell a bunch of items that I've collected. Also, my mushroom cave is ready. This is going to provide free energy and foring experience every 2 days. The goal for today is, once again, fishing. The reason that rain tomorrow causes a bit of a wrinkle is because tomorrow was supposed to be my first real mining day, equipped with a gold pickaxe already. Fishing for catfish is the highest gold per hour that I can earn right now, and I'm gonna need the money anyway. So after humming and hawing all day while fishing the mountain lake, I'm going to delay the mines to get catfish tomorrow. I catch my final fish of the day, then picking up my furnace. I'm passing out again, but tonight I want to bring all of my mining materials with me. I likely won't be returning to the mountain lake. The rest of the stuff in this chest that I can't carry right now, I'll just return for when it's convenient. The items I sold this morning net me just shy of 5,000 gold, and for the first time in the playthrough, I don't level up overnight. My chest at the farm is getting quite full, so I'm gonna craft another to hold my sellables. I'll plonk that down next to the shipping bin. Hopefully, this helps to keep me organized. I harvest my kale, none of which I'm going to sell. It's all energy for the mines. I start laying out some spots for basic sprinklers, an item that I never really use. Therefore, my layout is, let's call it not great, but I'm planning for 140 kale seeds in 2 batches. 70 crops per batch will require 18 basic sprinklers, plus more because my layout is awful. How did I get this number? Well, taking my tally of crops, I can figure out how much experience that I need to reach level 6 farming. I need 3,300 experience in total, and with the crops that I've either harvested or are currently in the ground, I have around 900 experience. That leaves around 2,400 experience to reach level 6. Each kale plant provides 17 experience, so I'll need 140 total plants to guarantee level 6 farming before summer. I grab my gold pickaxe from Clint, buy the first batch of 70 kale seeds from Pierre, and one more to keep my money as low as possible. While doing all of this is taking away from my fishing time, I feel it's worth doing. Planting all of this on a rainy day is saving me time and energy, not having to water the fresh seeds. The plan for the rest of the day is fishing for catfish, and with the spirits in good humor again, I'm hoping to find some real treasures today. But really, I just catch a whole bunch of fish. Harvesting that kale this morning leveled up my farming, allowing me to happily pass out with pockets full of fish. I reach level 3 farming, and now the real fun begins. Day 12 is going to be my first big mining push. And of course, these spirits are somewhat annoyed. That's only a -1 to luck. I can deal with that, probably. I get my backpack sorted out, making sure to grab all of my mining materials to bring with me to the mines. I don't need to worry about watering today. I have a couple days of leeway with the kale, and today is all about mining. I harvest the mushroom cave and make my way north. It's available every other day, and I won't keep mentioning it. Any forage I find from now on is strictly for energy. All of my efforts will now be concentrated into mining. My general strategy is to progress through the floors as quickly as possible. If I find myself missing a certain resource type, it's more efficient to farm them on specific floors. This femur from the chest on floor 10 is invaluable, particularly when I find myself up against an infested floor. Even if I wanted to craft myself a staircase to skip this floor, I don't know the recipe yet, and even if I did, I don't have the stone required to craft one. By 2 p.m., I've made it to floor 20, claiming an elf blade, which is worse than the femur. I don't really like daggers myself. Every time I reach an elevator floor, I'm popping back up to keep my furnace running and sort my inventory. I want copper and iron bars for sprinklers ASAP, which means more furnaces. I get caught on another infested floor. Those darn annoyed spirits and their -1 luck. Making up for that with my gold pickaxe and animation canceling, I make it to floor 30 by 11:20 p.m. There isn't enough time to push for 35, so I farm for copper instead. I don't particularly like the dark floors, but my goodness, floor 30 can spawn some good copper. I found some lucky ladders, and since I'm passing out here anyway, I might as well try for 35? I try my darndest, but come up short. Ah. So close. Oh no, mess with me. A fairy. No. Don't knock all my crops out of sync. Get out of here. Go, play with the rice or something. Ah, fairy, no. Stop it. Stop it. Rude. Despite the fairy ruining my synergy, I'm happy with level 1 combat and level 2 mining for the day. The next morning starts much better. It's a +1 luck day and I'm heading straight back to the mines. Now I have to stare at this asymmetry every time I leave the house. I'm so conflicted about fairies being good or bad. Let me know what you think about fairies and witches for that matter in the comments. The goal today, get as deep as possible, making sure to keep my furnaces lit. I'm cooking with gas today, making it to floor 40 before noon. Slingshot, gross. Every 5th floor, I'm making sure to ride the elevator back up, keep my inventory tidy, bars smelting, and making a 4th furnace, increasing my productivity. Just after 3 p.m., I make it to floor 50, claiming some thermal boots. Some much-needed armor. Remixed rewards are fun, but they can be a bit of a risk. I've never actually played with animation canceling before, but I have to tell you, it's gonna be hard ever going back. I'm roasting through floors, finding a burglar's shank next. That's worse than this wooden mallet that I randomly found, so moving on. By the tail end of day 13, progress has slowed. I've eaten all of that kale already, along with everything else that I've found. I make it to floor 68, but no further today. I pass out, earning mining levels 3 and 4. Can't forget my Queen of Sauce recipe every Sunday. I'm building an empire here. A well-fed me is a productive me. Since I'm flat out of energy for the mines already, I guess I'll chop this kale and replant it. It's out of sync and I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Fine, the fairy was a good thing, I guess. I've mentioned it a few times now, but having a decent weapon for these infested floors makes them so much more palatable. A better alternative would be skipping them entirely with staircases crafted from stone. If I'd not left all of my stone in the chest upstairs. Whoops. Even so, I'm at floor 70 by noon. Master Slingshot. I've never been a fan of these weapons. I'll just grab that stone quickly. Now, floor 80 holds a Shadow Dagger, a better weapon, but my wooden mallet is still superior in my eyes. Harvesting that kale seems to have been the right call. I have plenty of energy to keep pushing the mines with. With this gold pickaxe, I'm ripping through these floors, with floor 90 holding a tempered broadsword. This is technically a higher level weapon than the obsidian edge you would typically find on this floor, though the -3 to speed is awful. The mallet stays again. I feel like I'm deep enough now. I'm going to switch priorities for the rest of the day. To craft those sprinklers, I need more iron, so I'll farm around floor 40 for the rest of day 14. I'll find iron here, super, and more importantly, coal, which is going to start being a limiting factor. This chest is packed, so I ferry home as many resources as I can, now keeping some spring forage to turn into the community center. I won't actually end up doing it, but it took me a while to realize my blunder on day 5 while playing. I'm in the process of figuring out how to pivot right now, and keeping this forage keeps my options open. I'm not passing out at the mines tonight, running home and stopping on the way to craft the sprinklers. I placed down the first set, but because of my horrid layout, I need more. I have to do this today so that the sprinklers will start watering these crops overnight. Kale takes 6 days to grow, and with a second batch planned, I need to make sure that these are watered from now on. I'm gonna sell darn near everything that I have, including geodes, to meet my money requirements for tomorrow. Yes, I'm even selling some of these precious diamonds and other gems that I've been saving to trade in the desert. Because, I need to unlock it first. Since my money is still low, I can spend the last minutes before passing out clearing more space on the farm. I level to 3 in combat and 5 in mining, choosing the miner perk for more ore. My sales net me 42,500 gold, which would have been bang on if I'd had the appropriate turn-ins for the community center. But I do have a plan to recover. The forecast tells me that the 16th will be a rainy day. This is important in the recovery plan. Also, the spirits are very displeased today. That's -2 luck, which does not bode well for mine progress. While getting to the bottom of the mines is a priority, I need to also keep my sights set on access to the desert. I spend the first bit of the morning clearing a bit more space on the farm, watering the few crops still lacking sprinkler coverage, and head to Joja for their opening at 9 a.m. Ah, come on, Shane. Daylight's wasting. The store opens at 9, not 9:10, buddy. I realized my lack of green bean on the 15th, and even with speed grow, I'd be stuck waiting 9 days for that to be ready. That is an unacceptable amount of lost time that could be spent in Skull Cavern. I purchased my Joja membership for 5,000 gold, a cost that I could have avoided a bit longer. Despite my poor luck today, my goal is to get to the bottom of the mines. Even if I only end up descending another 10 floors, that's still progress and ores. I want to quickly cover how today could have gone if I'd had a green bean. I would have brought the 4 spring forage items and 4 spring crops required to complete those bundles. Doing so would have unlocked the bundles for the boiler room and vault. With my mining endeavors, I already have more than enough resources to complete all of the bundles in the boiler room, unlocking mine carts. The 42,500 gold is the total amount required to unlock all of the bundles in the vault, unlocking access to the desert. And there's another benefit to that route that I'll be lacking. Some of the rewards from completing those bundles are quite valuable. Seeds and fertilizer for the first 2, meh, but the boiler room would have provided a furnace, some omni geodes, and a small magnet ring. I don't currently have any magnetism on my character, and trust me, I feel it. The vault rewards are 3 chocolate cakes, amazing energy, better fertilizer, okay, a lightning rod to collect incredibly valuable battery packs, and a crystallarium that could have started producing me unlimited free diamonds. Going with this purely Joja route, I get none of those rewards. I'm not taking a dig at Joja here. This was my own poor planning. Rooms completed before buying my Joja membership would have been transferred, and I now need to spend more money for less result. 5,000 gold for my membership, plus 40,000 gold for desert access. That's already 2,500 gold more expensive, excluding the additional 15,000 I need for minecarts. In summary, tomorrow's rain better bring a lot of catfish, because I could have been in the desert already. Despite my -2 luck, I'm still somehow crushing through floors. I am not messing with a spiral level, crafting a staircase. The floor 100 reward will always be a star drop, which I'm going to skip for the moment. What? Blasphemy! I intended to leave it a little bit longer than I did, but eating a star drop completely restores my energy. Unfortunately, not my health like I was hoping. Oh well, as I watch my productivity cap increase, the taste reminds me of synergy. I don't exactly know what synergy means in this context, but I'm salivating at the prospect of diversifying my markets to the desert. I stumble across another infested floor. Nope, I'm staircasing to 110. My remixed rewards gamble pays dividends at the last moment. I snag a steel falchion. This is a marked increase in damage, and a +4 speed modifier makes this bar none the best weapon I've found so far. The edge of that falchion dramatically improves my combat capabilities, and I breeze my way down to floor 120, claiming the skull key. Score! It's only 11:30 p.m., leaving me tons of time to grab my furnaces and prepare for the journey home. I have nothing more to gain in these mines for the moment. I set up my furnaces back at the farm to continue producing bars. Smelting gold overnight is preferable since it takes the longest of my current ore to smelt. Speaking of missing magnetism, I now have the recipe and materials to craft a glowstone ring. Only one for now, but my gosh, that magnetism and glow radius? I can see clearly now, my ring is on. Anyway, my last chore is staging myself for fishing and a bit more spending tomorrow. I'm also taking this precious break from the action to color some chests and get some organization in my life. I'll even put my bed back down. I deserve a good night's sleep after 2 weeks of going nuts. All I need tomorrow is my fishing rod. I confirm the rain tomorrow, good, and for the first time in this playthrough, I'll curl into bed. My dreams are filled with thoughts of level 3 foraging and level 6 mining. Keeping these furnaces running is going to be key for my success in summer. I'm going to need a lot of ore smelted for a large crop covered with quality sprinklers. Then it's back to my old spot in this little corner of the river to fish. First fish is a catfish. It's going to be a good day. It is gonna be a good day. A few hours later... I take back everything I said about it being a good day. Oh my god. Just before 2 in the afternoon, I break position and head to the beach. I carefully sell the fish that I've caught so far, just barely having enough for 40,500 gold. Again, I don't want to go over so I can resume passing out at night. While verifying all of my math and planning and everything else, I paused my recording to save hard drive space. And some egghead forgot to turn it back on, missing me actually buying the bus from Joja, so for demonstration purposes, here's some other random footage of me buying it for 40,000 gold. I bought the bus. I hope I caught that. I don't think I did. With the bus now being built overnight, there's nothing for me to do but create a small nest egg of fish for when I need more gold. I wasn't really expecting this additional fishing day, so this happened. Oh shit. Totally zoned out, not paying attention at all. I probably could have passed out and still afforded my 500 gold bus ticket tomorrow morning, but I didn't want to risk it. I'll keep these fish in my new sellables chest next to the shipping bin. No skill ups tonight, so my energy is going to be decimated tomorrow morning, but despite my blunder... oh yeah! Day 16. Well, now day 17. Very happy day for the spirits. That's +2 luck. Today is gonna be a good day. I've got a little bit of time in the morning because I have to wait for Pam to drive the bus. Normally, she exits her house at 8:40, so why am I showing up here at 7:20? Well, and this absolutely blows my mind. In year 1 spring, I've managed to catch the last day of the Desert Festival. That means that Pam has to wake up early. By body blocking her, she'll get frustrated and push past, now walking faster than her normal rate. Blocking her a second time at the bus stop results in saving a total of 33 in-game minutes, getting me into Skull Cavern that much quicker. 500 gold, let's go! Desert on day 17. It's the desert. I get the special. Oh, this just gets better. Oh, this is incredible. My first stop out here is the chef, selecting rare fruit and uncomfortably spicy. This gives a +3 luck +1 speed buff that stacks on top of other food buffs, which I'm going to buy at the Desert Trader. This guy is always here. I exchange Omni Geodes for Desert Warp Totems, no more waiting for Pam, diamonds for triple espresso shots, and rubies for spicy eel. That food and drink will provide another +1 luck and +2 speed, so now I'm motorin'. I'm, of course, going to speak with Marlin for a quest. If I can manage to get 300 calico eggs today, I'll be able to buy my first rock candy. Rock candy is by far the best buffing food in the game. Including my daily luck, my current buffs have me at +6 luck with +3 speed. My goal here is just like in the other mines, get as deep as possible, but now I'm searching for dense clusters of iridium ore. My biggest mistake here? Forgetting to bring stone to skip infested floors with. Again! Even with this steel falchion, the enemies are quite a step up from the other mines, making infested floors as dangerous as they are tedious to complete. I need to stop forgetting my stone. My high luck increases the chance of ladders, and more importantly, shafts, which can drop me multiple levels at a time. There are random treasure floors that I'll encounter, and a quick tip is to break the rocks on these levels. It's possible to reveal another shaft, but upon revealing this second ladder, shafts can no longer spawn. On this floor. As I approach floor 50, I'm starting to see some speckled iridium nodes, and it's only 3:30 in the afternoon. I have to keep the pedal to the metal while I have these luck buffs. I was hoping to get additional buffs from these festival cat statues, but monsters dealing less damage is the only one that I end up finding. Don't get me wrong, that's still great. A second auto petter. I've gathered enough stone to be able to craft the odd staircase, and while it pains me, I'm even skipping Pepper Rex floors. Gathering iridium is my topmost priority. Any bombs that I find, I use to maximize my chances of progressing down. Down, down, down to that denser iridium. On floor 86, I find my first prismatic shard. Heck yes, this is going to be immensely helpful tomorrow. I can't push things too late today, mind you. I still have to catch the festival folk before they all go home for the night. As the clock strikes midnight, I decided to call it a day. Only 8 floors from reaching floor 100 on my first day in Skull Cavern. Oh well, including my rewards from the quest and depth achieved, I earn more than enough calico eggs to buy a magic rock candy, a couple more crab cakes, and some mega bombs. Might as well. 12 left to spend, 2 strawberry seeds. Sure. I just can't seem to have a spring that doesn't include strawberries. 69 copper ore. All planned. Nice. I add a couple of furnaces and get my first batch of iridium ore smelting overnight. Looking at this inventory, I'd say that was an incredible start to Skull Cavern. Since I'm here at the farm anyway, I'll sleep in my bed. I level up to 4 in combat, gaining mining levels 7 and 8. Spring 18 starts with cycling the furnaces and setting up for another day in Skull Cavern. I am once again low on items to eat, though after tomorrow I should be good. I make a quick stop at the fishing mountain chest to grab a bunch of roe and anything else that I can eat in the mines today. Visiting the desert trader again, I trade for more totems and espressos. I thought another rock candy would only cost 1 prismatic shard. Alas, it's 3. I need 1 to trigger a cutscene, earning myself the Galaxy Sword. Day 18. The general mining strategy is going to continue to be getting to the deepest levels for more iridium. Even with my Galaxy Sword, I'm mostly ignoring enemies, keeping an eye out for coal opportunities. I will inevitably need to buy more, I just want to mitigate that cost as much as I can. There's a really cool mechanic to how time works in Skull Cavern. This only applies in single player, as in multiplayer the clock runs at a constant rate of 0.7 real-time seconds per in-game minute. In single player, time passes slower in Skull Cavern, 0.9 real-time seconds per in-game minute. A full day from 6 a.m. until 2 p.m. takes 14 minutes normally, but assuming I could get to Skull Cavern right at 6 a.m., that same day lasts 4 real-life minutes longer in single player. Cool, right? More time is a welcomed thing on floors like this one. I haven't been finding them very often, but we all know how painful some floors get when you're down to the last few rocks without getting a ladder. On floors deeper than 50, I can find iridium bats, which I will be targeting. They have an incredible loot table, including precious batteries. This one also happens to drop me another steel falchion. This one is slightly better than the previous one because it dropped from a monster. Sorry, I've moved on. I am absolutely passing out here tonight, capturing every second of opportunity in this mine. Even without yesterday's added buffs, I make it to floor 89 with 127 iridium ore from today's adventure when 2 a.m. rolls around. I pass out, leveling up to 5 in combat, selecting the scout skill, and level 9 mining. The spirits are very displeased on day 19, which to me means getting a few chores done. One of which has to be completing my sprinkler coverage on this darn kale. Since I'm hanging around, I'll smelt some copper since it only takes 30 minutes in-game. Nice. Whoops, I did not mean to use a mega bomb there. At least it was over here and not in the middle of my crops. How many of us have done that in the past? A part of my preparation for summer will be clearing space for my crop, but I also want to obtain my masteries pronto. Chopping all of this wood will provide a healthy amount of foraging XP. Just before 9, I gear up for the mines and head east into town. Despite not having my level 10 blacksmith skill yet, I am gonna sell 2 iridium bars to get my axe upgrading to copper. Now, off to the desert! The desert merchant has some permanent stock, but some items that rotate. The rock candy for prismatic shard trade I mentioned yesterday is only available on Thursdays. On Fridays, I can exchange emeralds for cheese. That, along with the roe from my early fishing adventures, should carry my energy needs until the next batch of kale is ready. Something else that I'm looking out for in the mines are these breakable crates. They'll drop some handy things like hardwood, but I'm after some +1 luck rings. Luck is hands down the best stat to try and stack in this game. Aside from keeping my buff uptime going, I'm being very conservative with my resources. I'm only spending stone to skip infested floors, which simply aren't worth the time right now. Yes, even through these dreaded spiral floors, I'm grinning and bearing my way through right now. I have to be smart about this because I have some serious spending to do before the end of the month. Stupid spiral floors. I pass out, not leveling up at all tonight. Oh, right, the darn sprinkler. There. Now everything is being watered, and while I could harvest this today, I'm going to hold off. Maybe these other seeds can sync up? I have a little leeway left. Another item that's very handy to find from these crates are farm warp totems. I'm going to stockpile them for now. I'm going to get a lot of use out of these in a few more days. I cannot allow myself to become complacent in these mines. Things can go very wrong very quickly if I don't keep my wits about me. They can go very, very wrong. This is a lot. Oh, God. No! Oh, my God. Come on, 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 just right, No way am I alive. That was way too close. Okay, next floor. I'm shaking. Stardew is a cozy game. Holy oh my God, seriously, I am like rattled after that. Whew. Aside from a fancy new hat, the remainder of day 19 can be summarized by 82 more iridium ore. I'm now level 6 in combat and have reached level 10 mining, grabbing the blacksmith skill. Each of these iridium bars is now worth 1,500 gold. If you hadn't guessed, these are going to be my primary moneymaker in this second income phase. My copper axe is ready, so I'll hang around the farm for a while to get that upgrading to steel. I almost instantly level up when I start harvesting this crop. I technically could have left it one more day, but with a visit to Clint planned anyway, today is best. I clear a little more of the farm because I'm sick of walking through this mess, and a little after 9, I'm ready to head out. I am going to craft a second glowstone ring as well. Doubling up on these rings increases the radius of their effect. Now, off to town! Stop 1 has to be Clint. I'm going to sell iridium bars directly to him, 7 for 10,500 gold. 5,000 of which I reinvest immediately into a steel axe upgrade. Stop 2 is Pierre's, because I thought that Joja didn't sell kale for some reason. I have my membership now, so the prices aren't higher anymore. I mean, down with Morris. I am Joja number 1. Distractions aside, I buy my last 70 kale seeds and spend the last of my cash on parsnips. Trust me, you'll see. I plant the second batch of kale, adding a few more conveniently placed spots. Love laying out these sprinklers. And also, hilariously, I crafted my other scarecrow too early and never got credit for the quest. So that was a little late as well. Whoops. On Sundays, the Desert Trader has arguably one of the most valuable rotating trades: jade for staircases. Once I amass enough crystallariums to have a steady supply of jade, I can be much more liberal with skipping floors. I spend the rest of the day mining, with the highlight being finding a monster's compendium from an iridium crab. That book gives a 3% chance for a monster to drop double loot, which I feel is oddly phrased. It doesn't roll the loot table and then double that loot. Instead, it rolls the loot table twice. Yes, this does stack with the burglar's ring, which has the same effect. I'd love to say the rest of the day was uneventful, but... No! No! What? Are you f***ing kidding me? What did I lose? Stone Void Essence Quartz? Don't care. Don't care. Whatever. And I pass out now. That's 2 a.m. I died at the last second. Ugh. Farming level 4. Farming level 5. Oh my god. I select the tiller skill and count my lucky stars that nothing more valuable was lost. Here's something I can't eggsplain. I load into the next day, and despite having 2 gold before dying last night, 500 gold magically appeared just so that I could watch it drain away to 0. I got nothing on that one. I guess the game just really wants me to feel the pain of that last-minute defeat. +2 luck today is gonna more than make up for that. Spring 22 is another day dedicated to Skull Cavern. I stock up on my usuals at the trader. I now have a healthy stock of desert warp totems and spicy eel. While I avoid enemies like individual slimes, there's no way that I'm leaving behind a giant purple slime with a cake in it. And I have new ideas to sleep on? And I get a diamond? Green, my health bar is green. I am conflicted about a choice that I'm making here. On one hand, crafting these bombs is helping me carve through iridium ores, which currently take 4 hits from my pickaxe. Even using animation canceling, that does add up. On the other hand, to craft them, I'm consuming precious coal. Is the potential increase in iridium income worth the cost in coal? I love giving myself new excuses to think about this game that I love so very much. I need more +2 luck days. I gather an absurd amount of ore today, especially considering that I'm on spring 22 of the first year. That's level 7 combat. My steel axe is ready and it's a -1 luck day. Sounds like a good time to get more chores done. I'm gonna have to build more furnaces soon. I'm sitting on hundreds of ore, iridium being the lowest at 345. I'm also gonna want to clear this top corner of the farm and convert it into an oak tree forest. I'm gonna need resin in abundance. I'm grabbing forage entirely for the experience. Here, Pam, for your hangover. I claim my steel axe from Clint, selling 2 more iridium bars to get my hoe upgrading. I also turn in the Scarecrow quest for 100 gold randomly and convert it all into parsnips. At Pierre's. I'm sorry, great Joja. Please forgive me. With so much to think about all of the time on this route, some old habits crept in here and there. With my upgraded steel axe, I can now chop everything on the farm. These large flat stumps require a copper axe, but the hollow log that you can totally see right now requires steel. It's also nice to chop down a tree, including the stump, in 9 swings instead of 15. I clear out the entire top section of my farm, making sure to keep my furnaces pumping out shorter smelt time bars like copper and iron while I'm here to manage them. I refill the top corner with acorns. Once they're grown, I'll be tapping all of them for oak resin. I plant the other tree varieties down to the south with the intention to chop all of them down for the foraging experience. And wood, I guess. It's not super min-maxy of me, but I'm gonna go to bed again. I've earned it. That's level 4 and 5 foraging. I'm going to select Forester since I intend to cut down a lot of trees. I am going to need stacks and stacks of wood for kegs, casks, house upgrades, you name it. Realizing the serious limitations of only 8 furnaces, I triple them to 24. Each batch of 24 iridium bars is now worth 36,000 gold, so I want more of that. Instead, I find something even better today. My first lucky ring, and while losing a bit of magnetism and glow radius hurts, a permanent +1 luck buff while the ring is equipped is immensely valuable. I start feeling the effects of that ring immediately, slamming my way down past floor 50 before noon. Not long after, I defeat an iridium bat, finding my first battery pack from the mines. I need to start setting up some crystallariums ASAP. I make it down to floor 100 for the first time, which has a guaranteed loot chest. 10 bombs? I guess it's better than another cowboy hat. Floor 100 generally marks the point where iridium nodes become more common, and with 5.5 hours left in the day, I go crazy. This is by far my best day collecting ore so far, collecting 322 iridium in a single day. I need to start stockpiling for my biggest sale yet, which will give me all of the money that I need for a summer of starfruit. Now is the point where I'm going to start using the farm warp totems at the end of my days to get home and load the furnaces with iridium every night. I sell everything that I possibly can, once again including geodes. Anything that isn't actively working for me gets sold. Good night, little mochi. I now have over 100,000 gold burning a hole in my pocket. On spring 25, my copper hoe is ready, so I'll once again be doing some chores at the farm while I wait for Clint to open. Wait for it. There we go. I do still have more iridium to smelt, but I'm very much in need of a batch of gold. I get my hoe from Clint, giving it right back to him. Then I'm off to Sandy's in the desert. I had to do this today. It's only on Thursdays that Sandy will sell deluxe speed grow. I'm planning for 500 starfruit, so I buy 500 fertilizer and dump my remaining money into the starfruit seeds. I don't need to buy them all today, and again want to maintain my low cash on hand. Surprisingly enough, I'm not going to go to the mine today. I have a lot of ore smelting to catch up on, and I have a field to lay out. I'll just avoid that whole mess over there. The field starts here. To cover a crop of 500 plants, I'm going to need 63 sprinklers, so I'll make it 64 for a nice even number, 512 plants. Remember to use the fact that time pauses in menus in single player. Right now I'm counting scarecrow coverage tiles. They have a radius of 8. That'll do for now, but unfortunately this marks the point that I run completely out of coal. On my next trip to Clint, I'll have to buy more. In year 1, each coal is worth 150 gold, and each iridium bar is worth 1,500. That's a worthy conversion, especially when the alternative is having idle furnaces. I spend the rest of the day clearing space on the farm, and with the coal that I found from clearing the farm, I managed to smelt a couple more bars. And then I'll just go pass out working that last corner of the field. This may have been a bit wasteful of an energy tonic, but I'm almost out of food again. Good thing tomorrow is Friday. I pass out leveling to 6 in foraging, a big milestone because I can now craft lightning rods. I'm gonna want a bunch of those set up for the upcoming summer storms. At 6:10 a.m. on the 26th, I'm already out in the desert. Cheese, please. I would like all of your cheese. Then it's another day pushing hard in the mines. Wait, what's that? A hair bone? Well, that's cooler than my hat anyway. Around 7 p.m., I find my second lucky ring, which is absolutely worth equipping over the other glowstone ring. +2 luck is wild, despite how much it pains me to lose the magnetism, hence wanting to unlock masteries so badly. Even now that I've found 2 lucky rings, I'm going to continue breaking these crates. The farm totems are so valuable, plus maybe I want a variety of lucky rings. Also, I am really looking forward to buying that final backpack upgrade. Soon. I pass out, leveling up to 8 in combat. My steel hoe is ready, and my yoba, these spirits are displeased a lot of the time. With the now 2 battery packs that I've found, I craft my first 2 crystallariums. It's Saturday, so maybe they can have some jade ready for me tomorrow? No, they won't. Not in time, anyway. I'll be switching these over to diamonds, since espresso is what I lack the most. Today is the kale harvest. I have no intention of reusing these sprinklers. Ever. So all of these spots can just revert to untilled soil. On the way to town, I stopped to verify that everything went to plan. Yes, level 6 farming unlocking quality sprinklers. At Clint's, I grab my steel hoe, and I don't upgrade anything else. Approaching a season changeover, I didn't want to submit my watering can, but in hindsight, I could have upgraded to the copper trash can. Yeah, hindsight is always 20/20. I sell some iridium, purchasing not nearly enough coal, but I need to keep a chunk of change. That gets invested at Joja, hooray, buying another 426 parsnip seeds. Okay, Egghead, what's with the parsnips? Well, they're going to be my linger crop. First, I need to use this fancy new hoe to prep the field. No more animation canceling for this bad boy. It's all in the clicks. All in the clicks. In my previous Stardew video, I went with a lot of crops that would leave stems in between the seasons. This significantly cuts down on the amount of labor needed to plant the next crop. These are parsnips planted to perish, preserving plumbing protocols. Any crop, including dead ones, will cue the sprinklers to water these tiles. Oh, did you think that one field was big enough? I think not. Now we're starting to speak my language. Again, in hindsight, I really should have equipped the glowstone rings for this process. I can't see a thing. With that done, hopefully, and the furnaces flipped, barely, I'm out of coal again. There's nothing more for me to do but race the clock to clear this last corner of the farm. No dice tonight, but hey, I'm getting close to a clean farm. There it is, level 6 farming, right on time. And here we are, the last day of spring year 1. The spirits are mildly perturbed once again, but hey, the Queen of Sauce teaches me how to make omelets. It's gonna be a good day. While I set up for the day, I want to take a quick look at the screenshots for what I accomplished this spring. From day 1 to day 28, this farm has almost had a complete makeover. I'd say that that's an acceptable amount of progress, wouldn't you? Okay, how many of these sprinklers can I craft? 36 is a good start, just over half. Luckily, I won't need all of them for a few more days. Then I'm back to the mine grind. I'm always keeping an eye out for cacti in the desert. I'm still roasting through energy, and I always need the foraging XP. I didn't get the jade I was hoping for from my crystallariums, so straight to the mines. If I haven't gushed about luck enough yet, here's some more. From a serpent, I get a third lucky ring, and the other drops a spicy eel, which helps to maintain my luck and speed buffs. It's amazing. I have nothing left for spring of year 1 but to pass out in the mines and reflect on the season. I've earned 223,500 gold on the nose. I have accomplished so much already, and summer is not going to slow down. I'm starting summer strong with mildly perturbed spirits. Again. There's that jade I was hoping for, and after lighting the furnaces, I get a little ahead of myself using a rain totem to make setting the crop easier tomorrow, then warping to the desert. I don't want to carry these crystallariums all day with me, so back I go. Okay, crystallarium set, diamonds are now being produced. What a waste of totems. Round 2, here we go. My primary goal in the mines right now remains getting as much iridium smelted to sell as possible. I will always detour for some extra coal, though I am still skipping floors like these Pepper Rex floors, even if I'm crying just a little bit inside. I have a couple of goals to be aware of in the first few days of summer. I want to be upgrading to an iridium pickaxe by the 4th, get enough money to purchase the remaining starfruit seeds, and establish some lightning rods. I already have a small forest of oak trees growing, and once they're grown, I'll need to tap them to start producing oak resin. Aha! See? I told you to break the rocks on treasure chest floors. More shafts, more iridium. I mine well into the night, leveraging my farm totems for a quick way home to get these furnaces lit overnight. I'm gonna sell whatever I have laying around that isn't currently working for me, including 462 sap from all of that tree cutting. This nets me a total of 151,344 gold. Just a reminder, I made 225,000 gold in the entirety of last month. I'm scaling very nicely here. This pushed me over the threshold of the Homesteader achievement, and the spirits feel neutral about it. I can work with that. I only have 39 coal remaining, but it is enough to get one additional batch smelting. I'm going to go with a split of iron and gold in order to craft more quality sprinklers. The additional iridium bars that smelted overnight stay with me, and I'll clear out this final corner of the farm before teleporting to the desert. With what I sold last night, I should have enough money to buy all the starfruit seeds I need. I methodically buy 512 seeds, enough for exactly 64 quality sprinklers. My first stop back in the valley is at Clint's. Gosh, I wish I had those mine carts right now. I make sure to split 5 iridium bars off from the stack that I'm selling, because since I'm setting my field today, it might as well count as the first of 2 days needed to upgrade my pickaxe. Oh yes, I am diverting from the guide and doing this, also buying some coal, leaving myself 10,000 gold for the final backpack upgrade. Yes, please. Day 2 summer. Iridium pickaxe upgrading. 500 starfruit. Deluxe speed growed in the ground. Well, soon to be in the ground. And the large backpack. Oh. Unreal. I craft the sprinklers that I can and get busy scything through my sacrificial lingering parsnips. Now I can apply the deluxe speed grow. Again, in hindsight, a glow ring or two would have been nice here, especially late in the evening when I'm planting the starfruit seeds pretty much entirely blind. I had a concerning number of seeds left over when I reached the top of the crop. An area that takes almost all of the remainder. Okay, I think that's all of it. While a glow ring would have been nice, I am taking the time to add torches on top of my sprinklers. I'm still missing 12 of them, but with the fields bathed in light, I can confidently say that I did not miss any seeds. For the remaining sprinklers, I'll smelt more gold and some iridium overnight. To finish the day, I chase foraging XP, chopping down a few trees in Cindersap Forest. While I do that, I'm just going to add a quick editor's note here. If you're hearing a snoring sound in the background of my audio, it's just the cat. Anyway, overnight I hear the sounds of an earthquake indicating that the railroad area is now open. The gold that smelted overnight is for sprinklers, and I'm once again out of coal. I get the DIY achievement for crafting my first tapper, plonking it onto my only oak tree. My watering can is my only unupgraded tool. Thank you, animation canceling. Although I will continue to sing its praises throughout this playthrough, I don't think I'll use it again in the future. After all, I want my playthroughs to be repeatable by everybody, and setting up keyboard macros doesn't really help people on console. I craft the remaining sprinklers, achieving 100% sprinkler coverage for my starfruit. Plus a couple of extras just for fun. Now, here's a hollow log that you can see. My steel axe allows me access to the secret woods, a decent source of hardwood and foraging experience. Who's that scary little crow on the side there? I don't recognize him. Is he standing over some bear poop? What's going on over here, little buddy? Can I not get to you? Gil's hat. What? Who is this? Cool. I've never seen him before. I spend the rest of Summer 3 making every tree go away in the Cindersap Forest. The Green Rain Day is coming sometime and will force many of these trees to regrow. Anything for more foraging XP, which I consider to be the most difficult skill to get to level 10. My lumberjack perks are not helping me in that regard. I gather 9 additional acorns to continue expanding my oak tree forest and a mix of other seeds for the XP forest. This includes 1 mahogany sapling and over 100 pine cones. My last ounces of strength are spent cutting more trees from the map, leveling my foraging to 7. Day 4, by the guide, is when I meant to upgrade my pickaxe, but instead, mine is done already. While I wait for Clint to open, I return to the secret woods and collect more hardwood. Ginger Island access is already on my mind. I get my iridium pickaxe from Clint, selling the 4 iridium bars I brought with me and reinvesting everything back into coal. And copper ore. Gotta keep my money low. I'm loaded up with all kinds of random energy sources to spend the rest of my day gathering more gold. Currency gold via iridium ore. Also gold ore. Just, anything shiny is gonna make me happy. Any opportunity I see for more foraging XP, I'm taking. These purple mushrooms in the mines provide incredibly good recovery. For a minus luck day, because of course it is, with a late start, today's mining adventure is going very well. The iridium pickaxe is quite a step up from the gold one, now one-shotting the base level stones in Skull Cavern instead of taking 2 hits. The largest backpack also makes inventory triage feel so much easier, and I came out here with a cluttered inventory to start. I pass out, leveling to 9 in combat. The spirits just hate me. I'm convinced now. It's a good feeling being back in the mines. I am down to only 107 iridium ore. Granted, I am starting to create quite a stockpile of copper and iron, having over 600 each. My absolute bounty of 83 coal will be a big help towards the next big sale. It's a cheese day, and despite the perturbed spirits, I decided to bring along a rock candy. This should be fun. I sort myself out for what I'm hoping is going to be my best day yet. I'll show those spirits. I even remembered my stone today. By 7:30 a.m., I've already found my first treasure floor on 17. Omnigeodes, At 9:50, I find another. Artifact troves, okay. Not even an hour later, a third. More cherry bombs, those are useful. By mid-afternoon, I'm already down past floor 90. I'm finding some nice pockets of iridium with lots of time left in the day. Just after 4 o'clock, my buff is about to wear off, so I need to rebuff for 420. 1 sec, bro. Yeah. Spicy eel will carry me for the rest of the day. I'm on floor 96, so that rock candy was a great boost. I'm shortly on floor 100 for another 5 artifact troves. I will be passing out here tonight, now down on floor 140. I've found a lot of iridium ore today, over 350. I pass out 1 hit shy of defeating that last bat. Rats. What a great day, despite those spirits. See? Positive mental attitude, hard work. The spirits are very displeased today. Oh, come on! Fine. I will stop resisting the spirits. I will do as they guide me and spend today doing chores. I grab 2 free crystallarium diamonds and fill my furnaces with iron. 24 furnaces suddenly feels inadequate, so I'm increasing to 32. I chop the secret woods, finding a combat quarterly book. I'll read it now. Why not? I get myself organized to go to town, filling the furnaces with 48,000 gold worth of iridium. I sell 12 bars, submitting my watering can for an upgrade. Then I carefully buy coal until I'm just above that 10,000 gold mark. That's going to be invested at Robin's, but allow me a quick moment to admire this blue warehouse. We've updated the building and brought it back up to code. And, if I may, we at Joja have future plans for this space to bring back a sense of community. After all, Joja only wants what's best for everyone. And my bottom line. At Robin's, I try moving my greenhouse, but I guess I need to finish repairing it first. I'll move my house instead, freeing up a little bit of space for my new stable. While I'm in the area, I've more or less cleared every other tree from the map, so I might as well finish the job here. Plus, all of this fiber will be useful later for a statue of blessings and tree fertilizer. This cave is worth 30 foraging experience every 2 days, which I have diligently-ish stuck with. The forage I collected on my loop of the map will all be converted into summer seeds. They provide more farming experience than foraging experience, but since I'm covering them with sprinklers, it's pretty much free XP. Before laying that out, I'm going to get a little bit more organization in my life. With that done, I'll note that I don't care if these are watered today or not. They're going to be an ongoing project until I reach level 10 foraging. I revisit my chest in the Stardew Valley mines, grabbing all of the weapons and gear to sell. 2,222 gold. Neato. Since I need more combat experience and coal, I'll farm my favorite dust sprite location in the Stardew Valley mines. I have some schemes for money making in the future, one of which involves getting the burglar's ring. The spirits clearly don't want me in Skull Cavern today, so I'll do this. I farm floors 55 and 45 for sprites until late, grabbing the last bits from the chest up here and warping home. I load the furnaces with another batch of iridium, feeling quite pleased with myself. This was a pretty productive day of chores, organizing myself, and setting up my success for the rest of the month. I gear myself up to go back out to the Skull Cavern mines tomorrow, but the spirits? They might have something else planned for tomorrow. I have no idea what the luck is today because the darn TV ain't working. It's a green rain day, and tempted as I am to spend it harvesting moss and fiber, iridium remains my top priority. With hindsight, I do regret pursuing iridium today instead of leveraging the green rain day. Cutting the large moss growths provides a lot of foraging experience, all of which I'm leaving on the table. The good news is that the Green Rain Day did force grow the majority of the trees on my farm, allowing me way more opportunities to tap for more oak resin. Monotonous as it may seem, this is what I signed up for. The grind. Because the reward is always worth it. Even without a rock candy, I make it to floor 100 just after 6 p.m. Being able to consistently get down this low seems pretty achievable now that I have the iridium pickaxe. Even with 32 furnaces running, I still need to pop home to continue leveraging that overnight smelting time. and my needs for gold this season have barely begun. I'll even treat myself tonight, sleeping in this nice plushy bed. Good night, spirits. Good morning, spirits. How are you feeling today? Somewhat annoyed. They'll come around. That dendrochronologic miracle yesterday will allow me to place all kinds of tappers today. I'm happy to say that I don't have enough materials to build all the tappers I need. That's actually a great problem to have. I have tons of copper ore that still needs smelting. Not today, though. This batch eats the last of my iridium ore, filling the rest with gold. Time to go get more. Today's iridium income exceeds 200 again, and I am thoroughly appreciating this larger backpack. Okay, I'll stop gushing about it now. I get another batch of iridium smelting in preparation for day 9. A momentous day, neutral spirits. Not bad is in fact good. Today marks the first stormy day, reminding me that I really need to get some lightning rods placed. I can only craft 3, I'm out of refined quartz. Well, that's better than 0. Fire quartz is the best source of refined quartz. While regular quartz smelts 1-to-1, each fire quartz smelts into 3 refined quartz. Have I said quartz enough? Quartz. Absolutely nobody was surprised when I say I spend the rest of the day in the mines. And it's a really good day. I come away with over 300 ore again. I'm going to be making another huge sale tonight, also helping to declutter my inventories. That brings in 267,514 gold, over 260,000 of which were from iridium bars alone. And I have big plans for this money. Can you imagine a day when the spirits are on my side? Don't get me wrong, I'll take neutral, but it's nice to think about. I'm gonna start today by hacking down a large swath of trees. When I'm ready to head to town, I approach my new steed. Welcome, horse, to the farm. I'm so much faster getting here that I have time to veer north and grab a hidden prize ticket that's blocked behind a large stump, because I am incapable of standing still. Morris, buddy, I approve of the minecart project. Here are the necessary funds. I expect it to be functioning by tomorrow. I claim my copper watering can, upgrading it immediately to steel. I am done mucking about with coal. It's time to buy a serious amount, but I can't overdo it. I need to have enough gold left over to buy the next crop of starfruit seeds. Then, I mine. My stockpile of ore is growing nicely. I have over a full stack of iron ore waiting to be smelted. After last night's sale, I need to replenish my iridium bar supplies. I'll note the nearly 30,000 gold that I've kept on hand. That's for tomorrow. Efficient as always, the Joja team builds the minecarts overnight, and I'm finally caught up to where I'd be if only I'd gotten that darn green bean in spring. Moving forward, let's assume that if I'm not mentioning the spirits, they're probably upset with me. This has to be some kind of record. Because of the deluxe speed grow, my first crop of starfruit is ready to harvest. I have my seeds in hand, so as I harvest, I'm also replanting the next crop. The fertilizer will persist until the next season changeover, unless I have another sneaky plan. New ideas to sleep on? I've only just begun! As always, whenever I'm near the furnaces for long periods of time, I catch up on smelting some of the other ore types, and right now I'm really low on iron. Bars, not ore. After flipping the crop, I get more iridium smelting and head back to the mines after a healthy amount of trading, including 3 prismatic shards for a rock candy since it's Thursday. I really wish I could buy multiple. I have 12 more prismatic shards, but it's a once per week sale. Well, I'm just gonna chow that sucker down right now. Admittedly, that was probably best saved for a day that I could fully commit to the mines. Approaching 4 p.m., I'm only in the 30s, but I have already slain enough serpents for that monster hunting goal. My luck turns around, and only 3 hours later, I'm twice as deep and get an iridium sprinkler as a treasure. Absolutely. Here's a fun one. On floor 100, I get some more spicy eel. I have so much of this stuff now. Then, no edit here, the next floor is also a treasure floor, providing me with some mega bombs. My rock candy wore off a little while ago. That's really good luck. I only make out with 137 iridium ore. only, and combined with the last of my stock, I fill the furnaces again, leaving me with only 2 ore. It's all about appreciating the small victories in life. I will note that I've stored away all of that starfruit. I will not be selling any of it directly. It will all be converted into wine. Overnight, I level to 7 in farming, then 8, 9, and 10. I guess that's what a crop of 512 starfruit gets you. I'm choosing the agriculturalist skill, though it won't apply to the seeds that I've already planted today. Even so, it will allow for 3 starfruit crops this season. I can't believe I'm saying it, I also reach level 10 in combat. I will forever be a fan of Acrobat for the reduced cooldowns. What an amazing day. The 12th of summer begins with more chopping, getting in my morning workout before heading to Clint's. I grab my steel watering can and sell 80 iridium bars for another 120,000 gold. The bookseller's in town, and then I remembered something.
Why didn't I use my minecarts to get here? Silly.
I'm gonna go a little crazy here. I purchase Woodcutters Weekly for foraging experience, Way of the Wind for more movement speed, Horse, the book, for more horse speed, Ol' Slitherlegs to not be slowed down in the tall grass, and the price catalog for prices. Phew, I read them all right now. That is satisfying. Alright, great job on the minecarts team. I've also approved the greenhouse project. Here are your funds, make me proud. My remaining 35,000 gold I invest into coal. I trade 20 emeralds for 20 cheese, and I think saying that my economy is officially rolling is a pretty fair assessment. I'm also going to hazard saying that I'm able to get to floor 100 consistently, regardless of daily luck. That's going to be it for today, and I'm out of farm warp totems, so I have to take the long way home. I keep my economy rolling and enjoy watching the team fix up the greenhouse while I know that another 48,000 gold will be ready in the furnaces tomorrow morning. All of my skills are maxed at level 10, except foraging, hanging back at 7 still. I'll keep working on it. I do have enough quartz now to craft another 11 lightning rods. As I set them up, I see Thor strike down. That's one battery pack. I really want to unlock masteries, and with a plethora of ore to smelt through, I'm gonna hang around the farm today and chop down all of these trees. I chop until I hear the furnaces finish, rotate them, rinse, and repeat. This will allow me to catch up on some of the smelting and should provide me all the bars I need for when my first batch of oak resin is ready. If you've seen my previous video, I think you know where this is going. In the secret woods, I have new ideas to sleep on. That's level 8 foraging. Speaking of resin, with all of the copper that I've smelted today, I can fill out all of these oak trees with tappers. I almost clear all of the mature trees, but I'm exhausted. That'll do it for today, and I get my level 8 foraging overnight. Here we go. The spirits are very happy today, and I learn how to make pancakes. Today is gonna be a good day. I get the furnaces going again, but I'm down to my last piece of coal. Again. Yeah, I did a lot of smelting yesterday. I gather my 10 battery packs, making sure to set 5 aside for Willie's boat. The remaining battery packs I craft into crystallariums. The 10 new ones that I've crafted, I'm dedicating to jade production. That feels like the next big step towards getting more iridium more reliably. My crop of forage has grown, and after harvesting it, I convert it into more seeds. I intend to continue growing and expanding this crop for any avenue of easy foraging experience. I've found these iridium sprinklers in the mine, and I might as well put them to use. It is indeed a good luck day, and I find another tempered broadsword and another auto petter. The spirits aren't without their sense of irony. That's it for day 14 of summer, year 1. I pass out mining. Following yesterday's success, I decided day 15 would be a chore day. I'm going to move these chests away from the house to give myself some room to work with at Robin's. Before visiting her, I go to Clint's, selling another 40 iridium bars for 60,000 gold. My main goal today is processing all of my geodes and donating everything that I can to the museum. I need access to the sewer.
Artifact troves indeed. Oh, a second treasure chest. That's 10,000 gold right there. Holy.
I spent so much money processing geodes that I actually have to sell a little bit of this raw ore in order to meet my target of 35,000 gold. Most of which is going back into Joja Corp. Great job, team. Now let's get that bridge built. At Robbins, I spent some time rearranging my buildings to make them all clustered into this top corner. The less time I spend walking, the more time I can spend getting things done. The rest of the day, I commit to chopping trees and getting as much foraging experience as possible. The Secret Woods is worth a minimum of 150 experience per day. Each stump provides 25 experience, and they do regrow daily, plus any additional forage I happen to find. Overnight, the Joja team builds the bridge, unlocking access to the quarry. For the start of day 16, I do some minor chores, expanding my crystallariums to have more diamonds producing. I spend the rest of the day and all of day 17 in the mines. On the morning of day 18, my house upgrade is completed and the spirits are very happy about it. To celebrate, I spend the entire day in the mines. There's just something about mining with megabombs that tickles me just the right way. I'll note that I'm not crafting any currently, I'm only using the bombs that I find. The day isn't without its struggles though.
A button not working?
Oh, it's just my A button, you know, it controls my ability to move left. After a bit of troubleshooting,
Okay. My A button seems to be functioning again. Okay. I can maybe walk to the left now? Ah, yes, beautiful. Okay, we're rolling again. Despite the hiccup, I make away with over 300 iridium ore for the day. The spirits giveth, and the spirits taketh away. Today's gonna be another chore day. While doing the usual chopping of trees, waiting for Clint to open, I find another copy of Woody's Secret. I might as well read it now, that's another 100 foraging experience. I grab my copper trash can from Clint, I'm running out of cheap things to upgrade. While I try my best to be, you know, a grown adult and mature and all that stuff, I just can't help myself sometimes. Oh, it's so tempting. I'm doing it. Yep, worth it. I'm amused.
69 gold in my pockets. Nice. After doing my desert trading, I decide to chop all of the trees out here because it's all foraging experience. I also realized that I should have my hoe on me because it would provide another avenue of foraging experience. I have new ideas to sleep on, so that is level 9 foraging. It takes 10,000 experience to get to level 9 in any skill. I need 5,000 more to get to level 10. I'm not gonna mine today, instead popping back to the valley to hunt down more trees. Despite the fact that it's gonna mess up my hilarious gold total, I need to sell more iridium tonight. I sell 137 bars, earning 205,500 gold.
And the achievement for being a millionaire. Somewhat annoyed today. Of course they're somewhat annoyed. Oh, nice, and my forage crops have synced up with my starfruit crops, so it's just a big-ass harvest day today. Oh, that's great.
While I harvest the forage, I'm going to point out a couple of quick mechanics. Harvesting these, I'm gaining 2 foraging experience and 3 farming experience per plant. The level 5 foraging skill, Gatherer, provides a chance to double the harvest. Even with these plants, if that chance triggers, it would also double the amount of foraging experience I'm collecting. My obsession with early game wood may have cost me significantly in the forage experience department. Most of last night's profits go to Sandy, buying the next crop of starfruit seeds, and of course the remainder goes to Clint for more coal. I head back to the farm to complete the starfruit harvest, but not without a little bit of musing to myself.
I want an iridium scythe.
With that completed, I want to start setting up some kegs in my house. I have all of the room outside my house, but for whatever reason, I just like having them inside. In my quest for foraging experience, I might be getting a little desperate.
Am I actually debating doing this? Gross. I don't wanna. The things I do for foraging experience. Ugh. Okay, let's get this done.
I said I wasn't going to use them ever again, but these awful sprinklers are going to provide me the opportunity to expand that wild seed crop a little bit more. It's hideous. But all in the name of progress. Now that I have some proper jade income, I'm able to buy a lot more staircases from the desert trader on Sundays. I've been pushing so hard in the mines that I'm actually almost out of energy sources again. Even all of that cheese that I just bought on Friday 2 days ago is almost gone. I'm gonna have to solve this problem because being too frugal with my food leads to situations like this.
Oh my god, I died. What'd I lose? 94 gold. 5 quartz, 2 aquamarine. That is totally acceptable. Silly, but acceptable. Oh my god.
Speaking of being a mature adult, check it out. 6 spicy eels and 9 espressos. Come on. I'm so desperate for food at this point that I've raided every single chest. I'm bringing random forage with me, some bug steaks that I crafted from bug meat, anything to tie me over until I get that next purple mushroom in the mines. This is showing me even more evidence that I should have gone with the gatherer skill instead of the lumberjack skill. I hit a point where I'm out of energy, but I'm not willing to eat another one of these purple mushrooms to fully restore it. That would be wasteful, so I try to make it home, unsuccessfully. But the good news keeps rolling in.
Mystery boxes now available. Oh boy. More shit to fill my inventory. I mean, yay, treasure.
Day 23 of summer is spent entirely in the mines. You know, I just have to take a moment to appreciate how dense the iridium can get down low. I've even started doing some fancy tricks. I'm about to pass out here, so I set a bomb and place my character right in the middle of 2 iridium nodes. That way, as the animation of my character passing out plays, the bomb explodes and the iridium coasts into my inventory. Thank you, magnetism. I have been keeping my eyes peeled for any energy sources and am still somehow holding on. Finding the odd pink cake inside of a slime definitely helps. At the end of the day, I need to make another sale of 50 iridium bars, but I completely forget about some of these other sellables. You know, like the 10,000 gold in treasure chests that I have just sitting here. Oh well, that's another 75,000 gold, but I think I'm gonna need more. The bookseller is back. I grab as many sellables as I can, including more iridium bars that finished smelting overnight. The bookseller has 2 copies of Woodcutter's Weekly, that's more foraging experience, and the 2nd edition of Way of the Wind. I've now purchased every available skill, at least in year 1. This extra treasure appraisal guide that I found also provides just a touch of additional foraging experience. The Woodcutter's Weekly books provide 250 experience each, and the appraisal guide only gives 20, but hey, I'll take it. My next investment is the final piece of the Joja Community Development Form. This is the Joja equivalent of completing the community center, which means that Ginger Island access is right around the corner. I'm now going to process all of my geodes once again to continue filling out the museum. While my collection is filling out quite rapidly, I still have a little bit to go to unlock the sewers. After all of that processing, I purchase 181 coal, leaving myself with 32,000 gold. It's Thursday, so Sandy is selling Deluxe Speed Grow today, and I purchase 400, zeroing my cash on hand. I spend the rest of the day doing chores, including clearing out the quarry that I've now unlocked. The quarry does spawn coal nodes, so I hope that I don't need to worry about coal again for a good long while. I collect another 101 coal from the quarry, plus another copy of Woody's Secret. Anything to get me more foraging experience. Overnight, the Joja team clears the boulder, unlocking Panning, and more importantly, Ginger Island. Yeah, almost. Speaking of foraging experience, day 26 of summer starts with a lot of it. I am also coming to the Secret Woods every single day right now. I am so focused on unlocking my masteries. I was hoping to repair Willie's boat today, but I first need to wait for the Joja completion cutscene to trigger. Unfortunately, that cutscene will not trigger on a day when it's raining. I sell only 4 iridium bars to Clint in order to get 6,000 gold to invest into this month's linger crop. Because wheat will grow in both summer and fall, it not only acts as a linger crop, but will preserve the fertilizer that I laid down. Nifty, right? It's Friday, and I desperately need the 15 cheese that I can purchase from the desert trader. I spend the rest of the day doing chores, organizing myself for another push into the mines. I'm so proud of myself. I've finally remembered to bring my hoe with me. Kicking off the second last day of summer year 1, my first tiny little batch of starfruit wine is ready. With each batch that finishes, my goal is to expand my kegs so that every single batch is always synced up. If you hadn't noticed, I like keeping things in sync. I head to town, triggering the Joja completion cutscene and getting my soda machine. Now I'll be able to start every day with the sweet, satiating taste of that Joja Cola. Bye, Joja. I then realize that I'm going to be a little short on cash for next month's crops, so I mine until I pass out. And here we are on the final day of summer year 1. I am hyper-focused on getting level 10 foraging, clearing every random tree on the map. While I'm up here, I'm finally going to finish emptying that chest that I left at the mountain lake. As you can tell from my inventory, I have big plans today. I purchase another 45 staircases with the jade that I've produced. That feels good. When I return to the valley, I'll continue cutting trees, and I actually find my first lost book. Ha! Wow, that's my first lost book. That's funny. Obviously, I didn't have my hoe ever. All those shiny things I had in my inventory, though, ended up getting deposited because I get so distracted so easily. Willie's boat is just gonna have to wait till tomorrow because I need to harvest this starfruit. Just like before, I'm replacing it with the wheat seeds as I harvest it. I spend the rest of the day going on a chopping frenzy. I get so excited when I see a message pop up, but it's only there to tell me that I'm getting exhausted. Darn it! Maybe tomorrow. Fall. I've always really enjoyed the aesthetic of this season, and let's face it, pumpkins are such a fun crop. While I quickly chop down this abomination in front of my house, let's quickly review the farm screenshots from summer. While there hasn't been much visual progress, I think it's safe to say that I've progressed a lot since the last season. I've gotta be getting close to level 10 foraging here. No dice today, it seems. I head to Clint's to sell a bunch more iridium, again making sure to split off 5 to save for Willie's boat. That pile of cash goes straight back to Joja because I need pumpkin seeds. Completely on a whim, I decided after purchasing those seeds to head north and chop the last 2 trees on the entire map. The first one falls, and I have new ideas to sleep on. Yes! I'm gonna have my masteries unlocked just before getting to Ginger Island. Here, Willie, all the materials to fix your boat. With my masteries unlocked, now all experience goes into the same pool. I spend the rest of the day in the mines gathering as much experience as I can. Overnight, with the help of Robin, Willie fixes up his boat and I get my level 10 foraging perk. Since I'm still in my wood spec, I'll go for Lumberjack, ignoring Tapper. I don't see any value in ever selling the things I tap from trees. For the second of fall, I want to get out to Ginger Island for the first time, crafting myself 2 iridium bands, anticipating access to the forge. I harvest the wheat, refilling both fields entirely with pumpkins. Just like in summer, I can expect 3 pumpkin harvests this season. That process didn't quite give me the experience I needed to level up, so it's time to prep for my journey to the island. The boat ticket costs 1,000 gold, so here, Clint, have 1 iridium bar. And I grab a new community quest passing by, this time a curious substance. And here we go, day 2 of fall, year 1, and I'm off to Ginger Island. This is by far the fastest I have ever made it to this point in the game. On the island itself, I am going to be targeting as many golden walnuts as I can conveniently get. I will of course be leveraging the Joja services to collect all of the walnuts, but every single walnut that I collect before that purchase saves me another 10,000 gold. I've collected these walnuts enough at this point that I know where most of them are. Part of the supplies that I brought out to Ginger Island included 10 diamonds to purchase a book from the dwarf on level 5 of the volcano mine. It's a super nifty book that increases the chance of finding more diamonds, but I have no idea what this guy is saying. Because the dwarf scrolls are only worth 2 gold apiece, I've just been trashing most of them, so I have to collect all 4 of those pronto. My primary goal in these initial visits to the volcano mine are collecting as many cinder shards and dragon's teeth as I can find. I make it to the volcano's caldera at the end of the mine, unlocking access to the forge. On my first visit out here, I can claim the prismatic shard from the chest, but I'm not too worried about it. I have so many of these at this point. The thing I'm most excited about is getting my rings forged. I only have enough cinder shards to combine one set of rings, but +1 luck, 10% damage, and my glow and magnetism back is a welcome change. Before leaving, I make sure to unlock the back route to the caldera so that I don't have to go all the way through the mine in order to get back here. The second big goal on Ginger Island is of course collecting as many golden walnuts as possible so that I can unlock more of the island to get more golden walnuts. There are a lot to collect in Island West. Because I haven't unlocked the farmhouse and I didn't bother to use a tent, I end up back on the farm the next morning. I want to get back out to Ginger Island, but I have to wait for the shops to open. 1 minute. At least now I can comfortably remove all of these trees and not worry about farming them for forage experience anymore. Here you go, Clint, and I'm off to the island. My first task out here today is to continue collecting more walnuts. When I say I'm going to collect most of the walnuts, I'm trying to avoid the ones that I really dislike collecting. Like Simon says here, I'm not the greatest with short-term memory. After looping the island, collecting more walnuts, I go back through the entirety of the volcano mine, collecting even more. I've got just enough cinder shards to forge my other rings together, but it's one and done again. I guess I'll just enchant stuff next time. I turn in some of those walnuts I've been collecting to unlock the dig site. This will open up a fair few opportunities for more walnuts. Oh, hello fairy. Well, I admit the one in the early game was useful. I'm just gonna have to live with this one putting my crops out of sync. Kicking off the 4th day of fall, do you remember when I unlocked the greenhouse? Yeah, me either, but I'm setting it up to start today. Starfruit is going to be the primary, if not only, crop that I grow in here. It's Thursday, so after selling a bunch more iridium to Clint, I can visit Sandy to buy more fertilizer to facilitate this expansion. The rest of my money goes into more starfruit seeds. And of course, it's Thursday. Always buy a rock candy on Thursday. I fill out the greenhouse with starfruit and then head to Pierre's for some reason. I'm actually here looking for seeds for the gourmand frog on the island. I can buy more wheat, I have a melon seed, but unfortunately, I did not purchase a garlic seed during spring. I checked through his whole inventory just in case he's got a random bulb of garlic somewhere, but no dice. And back to Clint's to sell a couple more bars for my ticket to Ginger Island. Until I get access to either the obelisk or warp totems, I'm gonna have to do this every time. On Ginger Island, I unlock the farmhouse and start clearing away some of the debris. Like the greenhouse, Ginger Island is going to pretty much grow exclusively starfruit. In keeping with my love of synchronization, I'm also fertilizing and placing these crops at the same time. That way, anytime the greenhouse crop is ready, I know to pop back to Ginger Island and harvest it as well. Now with the farmhouse unlocked, I can just sleep on the island. Good morning, that fresh island air. Ironically, today I want to go back to the farm in order to gear up for some more Skull Cavern mining. My iridium supplies are painfully low right now, and I need more money. Okay, oh my goodness, what is with this game giving me auto-petters this run? The irony is not lost on me because via the Joja route, I'm able to purchase auto-petters, something that is not available when pursuing the community center. It's of course on the run that I don't need them at all that I keep finding them. This is like my 6th, 7th, I think? As I push deeper in the mines, I reach a new level of understanding, unlocking my first level of mastery. By the way, just allow me to gush for a second about having magnetism again. Oh, as much as I love these luck rings, it was painful not having it. Just before passing out in the mines, I am so close to level 200 and I go for it, but... 201. Missed the treasure chest though. I made away with just under 400 iridium ore yesterday, so that should allow me to continue pushing Ginger Island. The first task of the day is of course popping down to the Mastery Cave to claim my first level of Mastery. Obviously, I'm going for mining. The next batch of starfruit wine is also ready, so I expand my kegs, which no longer all fit in my house. Since that process always takes a fair bit of time, I decided to hang around for a little bit longer and get a little bit more organization in my life. The spirits are, of course, very displeased again today. I tear out all of the old furnaces, converting them into heavy furnaces, which I just unlocked with my mining mastery. I also craft my statue of the Dwarf King, claiming my mining buff for the day. The buffs from this statue alone are going to increase my potential for iridium every day substantially. So, heading out to the desert at 4 p.m., let's see how I do. I breeze my way to floor 100, being rewarded with an auto petter. Seriously, it never fails. I've already blasted through this first week of fall, and on day 7, I want to do more mining. With my new buff, my new equipment, and 65 staircases, I think today's gonna be pretty awesome. Just past 5 p.m., I've reached another new level of understanding. Heck yeah, I am breezing through these masteries. I pass out mining, making it past floor 200 again, and nearly netting 400 iridium ore. I was having so much fun mining that I spend all of day 8 doing the same. Oh, but I only made just over 300 iridium ore today. The stormy weather back in the valley has been providing me with a decent supply of battery packs. After a few days of heavy mining, it's nice to sit back and get a couple of other chores done. Even with how much oak resin this forest is producing me nowadays, I still need so much more to get the amount of kegs I need. I take a few stacks of things for Clint to process, still aiming at getting access to the sewers, especially after seeing the error of my ways going after those woodcutting perks in foraging. I'm also cracking open mystery boxes because there is a small chance that I'll get some garlic seeds from them. A guy can dream, right? This was my first big batch of artifact troves, so I'm able to fill out quite a few additional spots in the museum. I gained 3 new rewards in a row, so I think one of those had to have been the sewers. While I'm bumming around the valley, I'll also clear out all of these weapons and gear from my chests, selling them to the Adventurers Guild. I don't think this was worth the time to do it, but it makes me feel good. I sell a bunch more iridium bars to Clint, purchasing all of the pumpkin seeds for the next batch, which should be right around the corner. I spend the twilight hours finally cleaning up the bottom part of this farm. I do not need this anymore. I head down to the Mastery Cave, claiming farming as my next mastery. My final act of day 9 was selling a bunch of random junk in my chests, earning just over 11,000 gold. Kicking off day 10 of fall, my first batch of pumpkins is ready, and, well, my live commentary says it all.
Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. Scythe.
I did want my second level of mastery to be combat, however, I knew that this pumpkin harvest was coming. Harvesting the pumpkins with the scythe made it so much quicker and provided me enough experience to get my third mastery anyway, so there's combat. My donations to the museum yesterday did unlock the sewer, and I make a beeline to the Statue of Uncertainty. Yes, please, I would like to respec my foraging. I take a quick moment to meet Krobus, and unfortunately, with everything else going on, I forgot to leave myself 20,000 gold to purchase his star drop. With the second batch of pumpkins down, I have all the time in the world to continue pushing Ginger Island progress. I almost make it to the end of the volcano today, but unfortunately I end up dying. Part of my loss is 2 of those precious dragon's teeth that I need, but I'll just have to live with it.
Fine. Ugh. Sucks.
All I wanted was to play with the forge, so I quickly scoot back to the volcano using the rear entrance that I unlocked the other day. I enchant my pickaxe first, getting powerful. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Since I'm using animation canceling, I feel it's the best one for me in this situation, increasing the tool power by 1. That means less hits with the pickaxe per rock. Typically, I go for the Swift enchantment, which increases the tool's swing speed by 33%. But you know, I'm just canceling that animation, so I'm sticking with powerful. I have enough shards to attempt a sword enchant as well, getting vampiric. It's okay, better than nothing, I guess. I'll also add a ruby for a bit of additional damage, and with the last moments today, I'll open up the Ginger Island Mushroom Cave, unlocking the island field office. That's just more opportunities for golden walnuts, and therefore, money savings. I pass out, choosing Gatherer for a chance at double harvest, and Botanist to always get the highest quality forage. It's Thursday again already, can't forget my rock candy. I know you're probably sick of me saying it, but I need these constant reminders. I spend today mining, and as I progress lower, I find my first trinket.
Green frog egg? I mean...
The frog is not the trinket that I'm after.
Nice one, Froggy. Maybe you'll try harder next time.
I think my tone there says everything you need to know about how enthused I was over the frog. The spirits are very displeased today, but I still make over 200 iridium ore. Overnight, I hear a strong windstorm, unlocking the raccoon. I hadn't decided at this point if I cared or not, so yeah, we'll see. The raccoon shop has some great trades available, but I'm just not sure if it's worth it for this playthrough. While I'm always up on my rock candy purchases, it seems that I've slacked on going to the desert merchant every Friday. I have 31 emeralds ready to be turned into cheese. The greenhouse starfruit is ready, which means I also have to head out to Ginger Island. Okay, decision time. More crystallariums or more sprinklers? These battery packs are so precious. Sprinklers. I purchase all of the lactose and head over to Clint's to sell more iridium. This nets me over 230,000 gold, most of which is once again being reinvested into starfruit seeds. I head back to the sewers to once again use the Statue of Uncertainty, this time respeccing my farming. The growth rate is great, but I need to start selling some artisan goods. I've still got a fair amount of cash laying around, so let's go shopping with Krobus.
Hi, Krobus. Ooh, no.
Yes.
Exquisite. The sweet, sweet taste of synergy. Synergy.
Then, like a fool, I visit Clint and dump the rest of my cash into more coal. Now that I have those heavy furnaces running, I don't think I need to worry about coal again. Especially after purchasing another 218. The reason that the heavy furnaces alone should have solved my coal problems is because they are significantly more coal efficient than the standard furnace. Instead of a single piece of coal processing 5 ores for 1 bar, the heavy furnaces take 3 coal to process 25 ores. That would normally yield 5 bars, but the heavy furnaces also have a 50% chance of yielding a 6th bar. So, on average, heavy furnaces save about 9% of the ore and 45% of the coal compared to normal furnaces. Look at this sad little Ginger Island crop. That's gonna change today. Just kidding. Some egghead left his hoe and watering can back in Stardew Valley. Here, Clint, have some gold bars so that I can afford the gold cost of getting another ticket to Ginger Island. Alright, now the real test. After 3 trips to Clint today, can I get all of this planted and fertilized today? The answer is yes, and I have to make sure to keep just over 100 seeds so that I can replant the greenhouse back home. I end up 2 seeds short, but since they have the same grow time, I'll just fill in the gap with pumpkins. If you're curious, yes, even after using the statue earlier in the day, my agriculturalist perk persisted, so all of the seeds that I planted today will grow at the same rate. The next batch of starfruit wine is ready, but I can't get it all done tonight. Instead, I'll just empty the kegs in preparation of the next batch tomorrow. Overnight, I choose my new farming perks, Tiller and Artisan, making all of that starfruit wine worth 40% more money. I don't have nearly enough room for all of these kegs in my house, so they are spilling into my farmland. I don't really care this year because I'm focused entirely on expanding the Ginger Island crop instead of this one. I then spend the rest of Fall 13 in the mines.
Floor 100 cowboy hat. Oh my god.
It's always an auto petter, an auto grabber, or some hat. Marking the halfway point of Fall Year 1, I'm back on Ginger Island hunting for more walnuts. I turn in whatever fossils I've collected so far, hoping for a few more walnuts. How about a quick progress check?
How much more do my golden walnuts cost? 790k. Fair amount still.
I blast through the Ginger Island mines, this time enchanting my steel axe. Why not? I get powerful on the first go again. Awesome! It's actually even better on an axe. On a pickaxe, powerful adds 1 extra power, but on an axe, it adds 2 extra power. In my excitement, I do make a mistake here. I was way too focused on getting a banana sapling. I unlock the Desert Trader, but I feel the better option would have been the Beach Resort for access to more golden walnuts. With that said, hooray for a banana sapling! I planted in my greenhouse to start growing some bananas. All trees, regardless of season, planted in the greenhouse will produce year-round. For the 15th of fall, I'm going to have a little bit of fun, popping a rock candy and going mining. In the early afternoon, I earn myself the next level of mastery. But my overconfidence ends up resulting in another death. I've got to be more careful with this. I end up losing a few quartz and like 300 gold? That is totally acceptable, and I need to pay more attention. I spend the entirety of the 16th in the mines, and on top of yesterday's 243 iridium, I pass out after earning another 433 iridium. I did completely forget to choose my new mastery yesterday though, so on the 17th of fall, I choose foraging. That iridium that I gathered over the last couple of days gives me enough money to buy the next batch of pumpkins as well as my next house upgrade at Robin's. I definitely needed a change of scenery, and I do have other goals that I'm pursuing. I spent some time waiting for the Adventurers Guild to open, farming more dust sprites because that burglar's ring is definitely in my sights. Just after they open, I pop in to check my progress and claim a couple of prizes, including the napalm ring. I've obviously defeated enough serpents in Skull Cavern to claim that one, and it is also part of the strategy I want to employ. I also wanted a galaxy hammer. One more quick stop at Clint's, and I'm the proud owner of my new hammer. I popped out to Skull Cavern to give this puppy a test, and, well, floor 100, somehow. Parrot egg. Oh, it's the worst possible parrot egg, but I want it. Everything is coming up Matt House today. I've even completely smelted through all of my ore backlog. Just look at it. I did spend some time trying to reforge my parrot egg to the maximum level 4, but level 3 is just gonna have to do it for now. Batch 2 of the pumpkins is ready to go, and so is the next batch of oak resin. I get that replanted and deposit the latest harvest into my keg chest. I think it's safe to say I need more kegs. Remember like 2 weeks ago how excited I got about a curious substance? Yeah, totally forgot to get that quest done, so this time I'm going for it. Not today, though. Today is for Ginger Island. While the Galaxy Hammer was my long-term goal weapon, I would have happily accepted a Dwarven Hammer in the interim. I did not find one until today, just after purchasing the Galaxy Hammer. It sounds about right. It sounds even righter when the next chest that I open gives me a second Dwarven Hammer. Oh, spirits and your continuing sense of irony. I really do want to finish that Curious Substance quest. The mini obelisks are pretty nifty. Fall 19 starts with ghost bust, hunting? I'll also defeat any and all dust sprites along the way. I grind the same floors over and over, finding the ectoplasm fairly early in the day. Before I give myself the chance to forget, I'm gonna go turn this in right now. I'm not going to claim the gold from my quest journal quite yet. I'll grab it when I need the cash. I've acquired a couple of golden coconuts, cracking them open for a golden walnut and possibly a skull? Well, one of two isn't bad. Since I missed buying that garlic seed for the Gorman Frog, I only have 2 turn-ins for him available. That's still 100,000 gold worth of savings in golden walnuts. Once fused, it is possible to unforge rings. I'm going to remove one of my iridium bands to combine my luck ring with a napalm ring instead. I'm also going to forge and enchant my new hammer. I apply 2 emeralds and 1 ruby for speed and damage respectively. I probably could have gotten away with 1 emerald and 2 rubies, but now I have a machine gun hammer. I have just enough cinder shards remaining for 1 enchantment. Cool. Artful. Crusader. Okay. The napalm ring causes enemies that I defeat to explode. Mining just got a whole lot more fun. By the time I make it back to the caldera, I've got just enough cinder shards for 2 more chances. Artful. Artful. Yes! Oh. I've had this really bad habit in this playthrough of noticing that my wine is ready way too late at night. I refuse to not have all of my kegs synced up, resulting in lost production hours overnight. I have collected enough dragon's teeth at this point to justify creating a mini forge at home, so I don't always have to visit the volcano when I'm feeling like enchanting. Kicking off day 20 of fall, Robin has finished my house upgrade, making my first task rearranging my kegs once again. Actually, no, I'm gonna worry about moving these ones inside once I have fully upgraded my house. By this point in the playthrough, I am well beyond following the guide step by step because the guide that I followed was intended to set me up for the early game but have all the freedom in the world past around midway through summer. You could probably tell by the way that I started going all over the place all the time. It's also led me to start making some rash decisions. I visit Pierre to sell my first batch of starfruit wine, making 1,167,811 gold. Not bad, not bad. We still got room to grow. Lots of room to grow. I can't possibly have all this money burning a hole in my pocket, so I'm gonna invest 500,000 of it into Joja. I really want to bring back a sense of community to that old building that we're currently using as a warehouse. By tomorrow, the Joja team will have converted it into a movie theater. My next stop is Robin's to continue upgrading my house. Am I the only one who always messes up purchasing the cubby by having things placed in front of it? Let me know in the comments. On top of as many house upgrades as I can purchase, I also buy the big chest recipe, obviously, a bunch of flooring recipes for a little bit of aesthetics, a workbench for convenience, and the final house upgrade, unlocking my cellar in a few days. I wanted the flooring specifically to start bringing a bit of style to this and surround my oak forest trees because I'm sick of getting stuck in this undergrowth. I think it's time to start taking a bit more pride in how my farm looks. This won't be the final design, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. Until I figure out what to spend this last 160,000 gold on, I am adamantly making sure that I make it to bed every night. I will not accept unnecessary losses. The movie theater is constructed overnight, and I wonder how long it'll be before I actually go inside of it. If ever. I'm not really a social guy. It's the 21st of fall, and I'm still feeling motivated to continue designing this place. I like this setup a lot more. I now have plenty of space to expand my crystallariums. The interior of my house is going to be all for kegs. You know, 160,000 gold just wasn't enough, so I sell another batch of iridium, bringing me to 375,000 gold. After all of this time, I'm actually running low on desert warp totems, so I'll fill up on those and the usual suspects. By the way, I love the botanist skill in foraging. I was really trying to make the wood work, but this is the way to go. All of these cactus fruits are worth the maximum that they possibly could be for me, and they only take up a single slot in my inventory. I purchase another 600 starfruit seeds and get busy harvesting and replanting the greenhouse. The experience from this starfruit harvest also gives me my final level of mastery. Before I forget, because it's just fishing, I'll pop down to the cave and claim that. You feel Grandpa's hand patting your shoulder. Beautiful. Moving on. There's just something so satisfying about harvesting all of this starfruit. The goal for the rest of the day is expanding the Ginger Island crop and setting myself up for the next expansion. I want to restore my iridium supplies, mining for the entirety of day 22. My napalm ring undoubtedly accelerates my progress, allowing me to collect over 600 iridium ore in a single day. And I still make it home with time to spare. Starting off the 23rd of fall, I was thinking to myself, I've got the movie theater unlocked. That means I can give a rabbit's foot to the guy in the truck. That would give me another permanent boost to my luck. Nope. Turns out I need to read the secret note first. I'll just file that under a later problem. My plan was to head to Robin's to grab that darn cubby upgrade, but while processing my first batch of golden mystery boxes, I realized it's Tuesday. That yoga class she goes to always pops up at the least opportune moments, even though it's every Tuesday. At least Clint showed up to work today so I can keep chancing for that garlic seed. I don't want to continue forcing myself to get to bed every night, so I'm going to give all of my remaining cash to Sandy for more starfruit seeds. Let's make a quick note as I head towards the mines that I have 3,719 gold. By the end of the day, I have 11,590 gold. This is the power of the parrot, and I've only just begun. I'll also note that any dwarf scrolls I'm finding, I'm now keeping. As always in my playthroughs, hindsight is 20/20. Needing a change of scenery again, I want to continue pursuing the burglar's ring while I wait for 9 a.m. Oh, I almost feel bad for these dust sprites. I visit Robin, finally sorting out that cubby. When this batch of starfruit wine finishes, I'll be ready to work on my final keg layout. I spend the rest of the day mining, and I really wanted to move my bed into the cubby before going to sleep. I can't because the cat is sleeping on it. It's good to know that my character's life in-game revolves as much around the cat as my real life does. That's better, all sorted. I know I mentioned that I didn't ever want to go fishing again in this playthrough, but there are multiple golden walnut opportunities if I just bite the bullet and do it. I figured now's as good a time as any to continue upgrading my tools as well, submitting my axe to upgrade to gold. I spend the rest of the day on Ginger Island pursuing more golden walnuts. Like the smartest of cookies, I made sure to bring a desert warp totem with me because it's Thursday and I need my candy. I did end up grabbing the community cleanup quest from Linus at the community board, and the best place to get that one done is by fishing the water outflow at the spa. It will almost always provide trash from fishing, and I want to complete this quest to unlock the fiber seed recipe. I have to complete it the next morning, but I also brought all of my trash from home so that I can selectively dispose of it. Yes, even some trash is more valuable than other trash. Like the game considers Joja Cola trash. That's just insulting. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm running out of walnut opportunities, and I might be forced into playing Simon Says. I fish around the island, catching my 5th and final walnut from fishing, and... I don't want to do it. I'm gonna have to do it, aren't I? Want to play Simon Says. Simon Says is stupid. Also, I suck at it. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, still working on that whole adult thing. I recognize that it is not in the spirit of Simon Says, but I don't care. One phone recording and many minutes in the pause menu later, I emerge victorious. Yellow, yellow, blue, yellow, yellow, purple, green. Yellow, yellow, blue, yellow, yellow, purple, green. Oh, thank frick. Oh, I hate you, Simon Says. Cool, catch you later. It's all worth it in the end, unlocking the beach resort. It just so happens to be a rainy day today, meaning that the mermaid is on her rock. For her event, worth 5 golden walnuts, I need note blocks, which require level 6 friendship with Robin. Nope, but I can collect a few more scattered walnuts, saving me even more money in the long run. I spend the last part of day 26 in the volcano mine. Gosh, I love this napalm ring. I warp home to once again discover that the starfruit wine is ready past 1 a.m. It's fine, it's fine. The second last day of fall year 1 is gonna be a busy one. The wine is ready, the pumpkin harvest is ready, and I need to move pretty much all of my kegs around. At one point, I had thousands upon thousands of wood, but after crafting so many of these kegs, I'm down to less than 2,000. At least this should be the final reshuffle of the interior kegs, he says as he messes up the layout. If you're curious about where to find these layouts, they're all available on the Stardew Wiki. I'm out of patience today. I'll fix this on the next batch of starfruit wine. Oh, right, I guess I can't forget the pumpkin harvest, although technically I could leave it for tomorrow. I spend the rest of day 27 farming dust sprites in the hopes of getting that burglar's ring before winter. It's easy to tell that I'm playing slightly differently than I normally do when I get excited about a dwarf scroll. I only need one more and I can finally start purchasing bombs and that book from Ginger Island. And here we are, the final day of Fall Year 1. First, I want to focus on chasing down not the last golden walnuts overall, but the last ones that I'm going to be collecting. I've collected all of the journal scraps, allowing me to revisit a few areas and collect some stragglers. I buy the Parrot Express for a bit of fast travel around the island, and my efforts have left me with a cost of 490,000 gold to purchase the remaining walnuts. Well, that's too tempting to go unaddressed, so I head back to Pierre's store with the latest batch of starfruit wine to sell. Now, with 700,000 gold, where do you think I'm heading next? Clint's, obviously, to claim my golden axe and submit my watering can for upgrade. Then I go back to the island.
I feel that's enough hard work. Let's let the gold do the rest of the talking for me. I won't have the true Ginger Island experience. It's a good thing I have already had it several times.
Once again, being all over the map today, I'm back at Robin's to continue spending money. In year 1, the price of wood is only 10 gold per piece, so I'm gonna stock up. The rest of my money goes to Sandy for, you guessed it, more starfruit seeds. I have more than enough desert warp totems now, and I'm only lacking artifacts for the museum, investing all of my Omni Geodes into artifact troves from now on. Now that I'm done an absurd amount of running around the map, I spend the rest of the day unleashing chaos in the Stardew Valley mine, targeting that burglar's ring. A nifty mechanic to mention here is that when a floor is infested, that floor will always be infested that day. Just like how the mushroom floor used to behave. You'll remember that if you've been playing this game for as many years as I have. Floor 56 is infested today, so as long as I can find a staircase to it, it is my ideal farming spot for dust sprites. Have I mentioned how much I love this napalm ring? Usually for dust sprites, I use the elevator to go from floor 55 to 45, then back to 0 if I hadn't found any. Today, I'm all about going for floor 55, leading to the infested floor 56. And I'm happy to say, I achieved my goal.
No way. Oh, yeah, frickin' crushed it. Whoa. That's 69 coal. Never fails. Burglar's Ring. That's awesome. I can't believe I got that. I was not expecting that today. That helps.
I spend the last bit of my time organizing my life before proceeding into winter with a renewed focus. Speaking of the power of my parrot, it's still only level 3 of 4, and look at how much gold I've made.
Started the day at 94 gold, so, you know, losing 10% of 29,000 that I suddenly have doesn't seem too bad. Oh, look at this. This is great. Beautiful. Heck yeah.
Way to lounge in the rain, Morris. There's a reason I'm taking over this business. Winter is usually the slow season, but I have big plans. Winter Year 1 marks the first availability of the secret notes. I follow the not-so-subtle footprints, shaking the bush, receiving the magnifying glass, and unlocking said secret notes. My primary goal in winter is completing quests to unlock new toys. Things like the sewing machine from Rock Rejuvenation, though, I don't really care about.
Whoops. Forgot to turn those into the Gorman Frog. Oh well. Progress must march on.
It's the newly unlocked Quee quests that I'm most interested in. What's Mr. Quee got on the docket for me today?
Ha! Absolutely not.
I'm still getting used to calling him Mr. Quee. I've always referred to him as Mr. Key, but in his podcast with Bobby Lee, Eric Baroni, Mr. ConcernedApe himself, confirmed that he pronounces it Quee. This is almost as earth-shattering as when I found out that Titus is actually Titus. Ugh. Gathering 4 prismatic shards is going to be easy for me, and a quick check of my perfection tracker reveals that I'm only 16% of the way there. Only. I'll be spending the rest of the day in Skull Cavern collecting secret notes. And iridium, I guess. It's no wonder these mines are abandoned. The construction standards are horrible. Who places a shaft here? I get fairly lucky today, finding not only 4, but 5 prismatic shards. Key quests are easy. Oh, make that 6 for the day. I would also like to craft that Statue of Blessings for another potential luck boost. I'm just shy on moss, but I need a ton of fiber. Since they grow year-round, I'm going to craft a bunch of fiber seeds before dismantling last year's field. I didn't use any linger crops because I did not anticipate this, but oh well. I hear cold weather training is good for you. Winter is also one of the rare times that I will accept the Quiz Crop Quest, as those fruits also grow during winter. That's enough time spent in the cold today because it's also a starfruit harvest. I'm woefully low on seeds, heading to Clint's, claiming my gold watering can and submitting my axe for its final upgrade. The real reason I'm here is to sell more iridium. I invest everything back into starfruit. I think that's enough now. Alright. I'm gonna have to pay a little bit more attention to the Ginger Island crop because some weeds have invaded. How dare you cost me money? It's almost 8 at night by the time I finish replanting the crop, so I have a little bit of time for the next expansion. Day 3 of winter is dedicated entirely to mining.
Oh yeah, pink slime. Pink cake slime. Yeah. Oh, so many secret notes. Oh wow. That's amazing.
I'm actually starting to run out of ways to waste time. While I wait for Clint to open, I guess I'll clear the quarry? I claim my iridium axe, and with the new crop planted, I can safely upgrade my hoe. It's Thursday, so I can't forget my rock candy, but I forgot prismatic shards. Okay, back to the valley. Oh, hello again, Clint. I can't remember which patch added this, but being able to shop with Clint while he's upgrading a tool is so nice. Thursdays mean rock candies, but I should also use this opportunity to refill my deluxe speed grow supplies from Sandy. And more starfruit, obviously. After these many long hours in the mine, it's important to note that I find every excuse to entertain myself.
Whoa. Wow. What's that look like?
It may be starting to feel a little redundant, but my lactose purchases excite me every time.
Oh, look at all that cheese. 56.
That'll keep me going. I think it's become clear that I might be going a little bit mine crazy. The highlight of Winter 5 is...
Ha 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 ha! A floppy beanie. I like it.
I'm probably going to wear my pan on my head for the rest of the game, but I'm sure I'll find a use for it. Well, the beanie and me creating my own fun.
Oh yeah, this is a mega bomb occasion. Awesome. Give me all that loot. So good.
As I wake up on the 6th of winter, I think it's obvious how today is going to start. More oak resin becomes more kegs, and with my cellar unlocked, I'm also going to craft 92 casks to fill out that area. The game provides 33 upon upgrading, and an optimal layout requires 125. I build out all of my casks and get the first batch of starfruit wine aging. This increases the quality and therefore the sell price. In single player, I've found that trying to consume food is a better way of pausing time to verify that I didn't miss any casks. I can see a lot more of my screen right now than I could from the menu. Now, before I forget, I'm gonna fix this blunder. As I fill these in, I'm creating a mental note that I'm doing it on the 6th. Wine takes 6¼ days to process, so I'm just gonna call it 7 days, and we'll look for this batch to be ready on the 13th. All of that work took up most of the day, so I'm gonna close it out in the Stardew Valley mines chasing that final dwarf scroll. Have I mentioned that I love this napalm ring? Oh, and there's another monster hunting goal completed. This is a bug apocalypse, with each of them having a 0.5% chance of giving me what I'm after. I am going to focus a little bit on random tasks, adding a tapper to this hopefully maple tree. It's a little hard to tell. The secret nodes do unlock quite a few fun things. I decide to double down on my dwarf scroll hunt, spending all of day 7 pursuing it. Yes!
I don't think I can get to the museum today, but that's another task checked off. Yeah, finally! I really am starting to struggle to figure out the best ways to fill these odd hours that I find myself with. How are my monster hunting goals looking? Protector of the Valley is worth 10% of my overall perfection, so I'll spend the rest of the day hunting Duggies. Maybe I should have done this from the start because I get another Dwarf Scroll 1. Is that a third Dwarf Scroll? Oh my god. Too funny. Nice! Monster Compendium, that's hilarious. What a great job. My progress acquiring these secret notes has been very fast. Now I can claim that special charm that I wanted from the truck driver earlier. Okay, I am convinced that the game is messing with me again. Today in Skull Cavern, I find another Dwarf Scroll 1. Come on! With the secret note collected, floor 100 holds a special cutscene for me today. What's up, Mr. Quee?
Well, you made it. Come closer now, don't be shy.
Oh, I can't actually skip this cutscene. That's cool.
I heard you were attempting a deep dive into these caverns today. I had to see for myself. Impressive, very impressive. You passed my test with flying colors, kid. I'm very pleased that you challenged yourself and came down the honorable way instead of skipping all the levels by crafting staircases.
I've got those too.
That shows you're the real deal, kid. You've got principles.
Okay.
You understand the importance of challenging yourself and holding yourself to the highest standard, even if no one is watching.
Hello, YouTube.
That's why you're special, kid, see? You lead by example, I like that. Now, go over to the table and drink the special milk I've prepared for you.
No, don't do it. Don't accept strange purple milk from blue men.
It's called iridium snake milk. One healthy swig of that and you'll become even more powerful.
Taste is awful, but the texture is even worse. Health permanently increased by 25. Okay, well, I needed that. I did need that.
Good luck out there, kid.
How much of that makes it into the video? I guess time will tell. That may have been a little bit ridiculous and over the top, but, you know, isn't that just me? I guess that's what I've decided Mr. Quee sounds like. To celebrate my progress, I'm setting up to process a bunch of artifact troves and golden mystery boxes at Clint's. This is why I love wearing the pan on my head. You never know what you're gonna find. A copper, sure, but I'm always in the market for more coal. I take the bus back to the valley and notice something that I've never noticed before. Enter sign text? That's hilarious. Was I not supposed to? Oh my god, can I delete it? Aw, suck it, Pam. I'm on vacation. Did that actually delete it? Oh my god. Pam, you suck. Oh, that's great. I feel, you know what? I don't even need to do anything with the rest of today. I've accomplished enough. Before I start with the geodes, I'll turn in what I've found, claiming the Dwarven Translation Guide at last. I hope you're well rested, Clint. You're going to be swinging that hammer a lot today. The golden mystery boxes give a fair bounty, but a lot of these random items I'm just throwing out. I process the first batch of troves, turn in what I can, process the last of them, and turn in the last items for today, including some minerals that I've been hoarding. I've got to be getting close to finishing this museum collection. The community quests this week do not excite me, but at least Quee's quest is in Skull Cavern, though it's the least valuable quest to get. Since I have all of the golden walnuts now, I can spend them on the final few island upgrades. And I can finally buy that darn diamond book. Despite being otherwise done with Ginger Island progression, I do still want Dragon's Teeth and more Cinder Shards. I purchased the last 2 island upgrades at the farmhouse, giving me an easy route home, and spend the final hour of Winter 9 harvesting that fiber that I planted. I shouldn't need any more fiber after this harvest. Remember how at the start of the week I grabbed Quee's Hungry Challenge? You know, the one that challenges a player to get to level 100 without consuming food? Well... oh, I'm in very low health. No. I don't have my staircases with me. Oh, no. I don't think... if I find another shaft, I don't think I... I found a shaft. I'm doing it. 7 levels. I am kissing death. Oh, my God. I can't eat. No!
During this challenge, there are monsters who drop hearts to restore my health, but the stress is real.
Come on, be careful, be careful. Oh, no.
This is so bad. Even with my machine gun hammer, I miss the timing.
Come on, come at me, bro.
And that's it. Oh, that sucks.
Okay, what did I lose?
12 sap is more than acceptable, but I'm not gonna let this stand. I did make it to floor 85 completely unprepared, and my pride will not let me fail this quest. Thank you, Jade Production. Okay, let's eat something, shall we? Holy moly. It's not my best day, but certainly not my worst. I did find a prismatic shirt yesterday, so I guess I'll finally get rid of my blacksmith apron, even if it's the worst of the prismatic shirt varieties. It's already time for another starfruit harvest. My greed is telling me to use the island warp totem that I found, but thankfully I don't listen to it this time. Today's the day that I finish egg-spanding the Ginger Island crop. I won't use absolutely every available space, saving an appropriate amount for the island ingredients quest that I'm hoping to get soon. That's looking pretty snazzy, and I think it's time to spend some of these Qui gems. I'm going to grab the heavy tapper recipe in anticipation of getting the Danger in the Deep quest and the key to the town because it's infinitely useful. I spend the rest of the day hunting cinder shards and dragon's teeth, finally finding one. I have not been lucky in that regard. Oh, and that's my final flame spirit defeated, leaving only a handful of monster hunting goals to complete. With that fiber crop harvested and the month almost halfway over, I have no more use for this field, ripping up all of my old sprinklers. I honestly, at this point, have no idea what my plan is for spring. It's likely that I won't even plant a crop. With the starfruit recently rotated, I'll submit my watering can for its final upgrade. I've been upgrading my trash can in between just to keep Clint busy. The rest of day 12 is dedicated to the mines, and I just want to mention that the over 100,000 gold that I'm carrying is all from my parrot. I would call it free money, but the cost is listening to his incessant squawking. Day 13, as planned, is going to kick off with rotating my kegs. Not having to mess around with the layout again makes this take significantly less time, and I add another 64 kegs. It turns out that my prediction about the heavy furnaces completely solving my coal problems was off, buying the next batch of 200. I'm narrowing in on completing Protector of the Valley, hunting skeletons next. Well, that was easy. Shadow spirits are next on the chopping block. Marking the halfway point of winter, day 14 is going to be real fun. I learn how to make chocolate cakes, the spirits are very happy, and my mining statue provides the +1 ore from nodes buff. This is what I've been waiting for. I pop a rock candy and get to work. I breeze down to floor 100 by the early afternoon. Today is all about getting as much iridium as I possibly can, going for a new record. Today really helps me to realize that bombs are invaluable for collecting large amounts of iridium. I collect 837 iridium ore today, and I still feel like there's room to grow. At this point, I have more than enough diamond income and have converted all of my crystallariums to jade. While I wait for Clint to open, I'll continue my hunt for shadow spirits. This is a bit foolish because I have the key to the town now, and Clint is likely already standing at his counter, despite his shop not being open yet. It seems the spirits are giving me a break because this week's quest is island ingredients requiring 100 taro roots, the easiest of the three options, ginger, pineapple, or taro. I claim my fully upgraded watering can and submit my trash can for its final upgrade. On my way to the island, I notice that the night market is in town. I don't think there's anything I care to get here this year. I'll plant the taro tuber on the western side of the stream, but I don't have enough to complete the quest. While I'm here, I'll grab the next quest, Skull Cavern Invasion this week. No dice on Danger in the Deep, the one that I'm really after. While the Skull Cavern dangerous mines can provide radioactive ore, the efficient place to farm it is back in the Stardew Valley dangerous mines. Besides, these mines scare me. Now that I'm not devoted to my iridium income as much, I'm absolutely taking advantage of these Pepper Rex floors. Each one gets me that much closer to being protector of the valley. I do find a little bit of radioactive ore today, but not even enough to smelt a single bar. I think it's high time to meet the other dwarf. I buy the Dwarven Safety Manual to reduce the amount of bomb damage I take, and a healthy number of bombs to bring back with me to Skull Cavern. I quickly pop out to the island to plant the last of the taro root that I found, and make sure that it all has fertilizer. This will net me just over half of what I require, but I'm completely out of taro tubers. I've accumulated 71 Qui Gems, and today's purchase is going to be the Horse Flute. My pony can finally visit the island with me. I spend the rest of the day in Skull Cavern knocking off one more Monster Slayer goal for the Pepper Rexes. I'm not being super liberal with my use of bombs yet, but I feel achieving over 400 iridium ore per day just got a little bit easier. I do a quick status check on my donations to the museum. My minerals are completed, and I only need 5 more artifacts. I grab my fully upgraded iridium trash can from Clint. Items that I throw out will now materialize 60% of their value right into my pockets. That leaves me with one more hoe upgrade and my steel pan to finish off all of my tool upgrades. I spend the rest of the day mining, passing out. My mining efforts have netted me over 500 iridium bars. I'm trying to build up a nice nest egg for the end of the season. I've accumulated all of these cinder shards, so I'm finally going to make some more attempts at enchanting my gear. I'm aiming for reaching on both my watering can and hoe, getting it on the second try on my watering can. With my hoe, I don't get so lucky. 7 attempts and a lot of materials later, I'm gonna have to keep trying in the future. I was going to dedicate the rest of day 18 to mining Skull Cavern, but I have to admit that even I have my limits. Instead, I bail out, going for a bunch of random tasks like giving the bear in the secret woods a Maypal Seerop. This provides absolutely no benefit to me, but I just need a break from the mines. I'll finally craft the mini obelisks from turning in that ectoplasm to the wizard forever ago. I place one by my house and the other by the oak tree forest to cut out that little bit of walking time. Come, horse! I love the horse flute. Oh, Pam, didn't you learn last time? I then randomly decide to go and collect the golden scythe. Since I already have the iridium scythe, this is a completely useless item for me. Go completionist tendencies? While I am still technically in the mines, pursuing the rest of my shadow spirit kills does feel like a welcomed break. I don't reach my goal today, but before the end of it, I stop in at the Adventurers Guild to check my progress. How is it that even the largest backpack does not feel big enough sometimes? I need to slay 31 more shadow spirits, and I can call this task complete. In other news, my banana tree is in full production. Come on, shadow spirits. I really wish that I had unlocked Monster Musk by now, but you win some, you lose some. The shadow spirits are not my primary goal today, claiming my steel pan from Clint and resubmitting it immediately to upgrade to gold. Do you see something new about my horse? He's now the most stylin' horse ever. I told you I'd find a place for that beanie. My horse is one of those cool California horses that wears a beanie year-round, even on the sunniest days on the beach. Excellent! I need to sort out the rest of those taro tubers, which means that I need bone fragments. The dig site on the island is a fantastic source of both bone fragments and clay. I was planning on pursuing more cinder shards today, but somebody forgot his watering can. That's embarrassing. At least I was able to gather enough to forge another lucky ring and that burglar's ring together. It's all part of my master plan. And I'm back farming shadow spirits. I keep at it until late in the day, completing my final task. I am now officially a protector of this valley. Here, Mr. Wizard, have a random void essence that you requested. I gotta fill the time somehow. The secret notes I've collected reveal the locations of 2 strange dolls of the green and yellow variety, both of which I need for the museum. It's around here somewhere. That leaves 3 artifacts to find.
7 days.
After the last starfruit wine rotation, it's time for the next one. I'm just barely unable to finish this layout this year, but I'm getting so close. Each week, I've expanded by another 64 kegs, so these wine batches are getting fairly valuable. Today is going to be a really busy day because it also happens to be a starfruit harvest. Here, Clint, have another 500 iridium bars, and in return, I'm going to buy 500 coal. I'm sick of running out. I also think it's safe to say that I'm not going to run out of starfruit seeds again anytime soon. Over 2,200 should suffice. There are few things more satisfying in this world than chopping down a full field of starfruit. My first batch of taro roots are ready to go. I forgot my bone fragments at home, so there's gonna be a lot of running around today. I've collected 454, which should be more than ample to purchase the tubers that I need from the island trader. And then some. With those planted, I now know that I have enough to complete this quest. Heck yeah, solar panels, here I come. To celebrate the 21st of winter, I'm going to, for the first time, use 2 rock candies in one day. After weeks of useless treasure floor rewards, today I find a crystallarium. The first candy carries me until about 4 p.m. Then I pop the second one and keep going. No way, thank you, spirits, a second crystallarium. Despite my best efforts and double rock candies, I only end up with a disappointing 556 iridium ore for the day. No, seriously, I find that disappointing. I got over 800 a week ago with only 1 candy. Lifting my spirits back up, it's a new week with new quests. It's the final week of year 1, and you know what? I think I am gonna try and finish Biome Balance this time. And thank my lucky stars, it's danger in the deep. Sorry, Biome Balance, you're going to be taking a back seat. After stopping in at Clint's to keep the upgrade train rolling, it's time to take on the dangerous mines. The very first floor already has a radioactive ore node for me. I will be back to farm a bunch of this later, but for now I'm focused on reaching floor 120 to enable the shrine. After completing this quest, I will be able to freely toggle between the normal mines and the dangerous mines. The aesthetic of the dangerous mines is so cool. I love how the radioactive ore seems to glow in the darkness. My favorite floors are these overgrown floors because they are dense with monsters, which gives my parrot lots of opportunity to make me more money. I make it to floor 55, but that's gonna do it for today. And I get my first tiny batch of radioactive bars smelting. I dedicate all of day 23 to completing this quest, making it down to floor 110, but that'll do it for today. The next morning, just after 9 a.m., I make it to the bottom. I have to make a mental note to come back and activate this shrine tomorrow, as it is currently disabled because of the quest. My iridium hoe is now complete, and I submit my pan for the final tool upgrade in the game. Before they revert to the normal mines, I'm going to spend the rest of the day farming the overgrown floors. Apparently, I was not paying enough attention. Oh my god. Ha! And that's how you completely neglect to pay attention to your health. Oh, 21 bombs. That sucks. Not enough to stop me. Let me just buy back some of those bombs with that sweet, sweet parrot money. It's been a few days since I gushed about how much fun I'm having with this napalm ring. I guess you could say I'm having a blast? But I am here with a purpose. I'm hunting galaxy souls, needing 3 to upgrade my hammer to its final form. I love, despite all of my other accomplishments so far, that I'm still finding lost books. I think it's safe to say my focus has been pretty narrow. Since I blasted through Danger in the Deep, quite effectively I might add, I am going to take the time to complete Biome Balance. This will reward me with the Farm Computer recipe, which is a pretty nifty little toy. While catching these 20 lakefish, something happens that I have not experienced before. Granted, in the late game I rarely fish, but I have never not caught a golden treasure chest after claiming the mastery. I had to do a double take, realizing that it's only a chance for a golden treasure chest, not a guarantee. If you're curious, the base chance of finding a golden treasure chest is 25%, and with the luck stacked in your favor, the maximum is 37.5. The most important thing that I have to remember to do today is getting back down to the shrine to press the danger button. The dangerous mines will now be active until I toggle the shrine again. Did you see what day it is? That's right, it's Thursday, which means a rock candy. Have I driven this point home enough? As I prepare to wind down for the first year, I spend the rest of the day in good old Skull Cavern. What, did you think I was done mining? No way, man, I live for this stuff. It takes me until day 26 of winter to finally utilize my key to the town effectively. Before 7 a.m., I'm able to pop into Clint's shop and he is standing there claiming my iridium pan. Not only that, but I can also access Willie's shop before 8 a.m. and get to Ginger Island that little bit faster. Today is the day that I get to harvest the rest of the taro root and ship it, unlocking the solar panel recipe. I'm so excited. Until I have the island obelisk built and all of my tools fully enchanted, I will always take an opportunity for more cinder shards and dragon's teeth. They are few and far between, and slowly, but surely, I will complete this. Speaking of optimizing my tools, I'm gonna get rid of my machine gun hammer. I unforge it, forging back in 3 rubies for pure damage. I also forge another lucky ring with an iridium band, so I now have a full suite of forged lucky rings to toggle between. Luck plus napalm, burglar's ring, and 2 iridium bands for 4 rings in total. Alright, 2 opportunities. Come on, ho. Reaching? Yes! That only took like 18 attempts, but I got it. 1 shot at this. Come on. What am I looking for? Archaeologist, I think? Generous. I have no idea what that does. I'll look it up. The generous enchant for the pan increases the maximum amount of found non-ore items. I guess that's okay. I do have a plethora of ore. I spend the rest of the day in the dangerous mines hunting for 2 more galaxy souls, without any success. I start the second last day of year 1 by digging through my mailbox. There it is, the solar panel recipe. I craft 50 solar panels and 2 farm computers, 1 for at home and 1 for Ginger Island. Why not, right? The farm computer readout is pretty nifty, showing that I have 991 machines ready. That can only mean one thing. It's time to expand the starfruit wine production even more. I get so close to filling out my house, but I guess that's a task for next year. I was originally going to place my solar panels on Ginger Island, but I've recently come to discover that the desert is the best place for them. Unlike Ginger Island, it never rains in the desert, so these panels will be active 100% of the time. Now, every 7 days, I'll have 50 battery packs waiting for me. If you're concerned about the Desert Festival, it actually happens on a separate map, so these will never be destroyed, though they will be inaccessible for those 3 days during spring. Before closing out the year, I do want to do a little more work tidying this place up. Since I am aiming to convert my oak trees to heavy tappers, I'm also going to add 1 oak tree right next to my house as an indicator tree. Heavy tappers produce more quickly, and so they will now be out of sync with my kegs. Having an indicator tree close to the house means that I will no longer have to walk across the map to check if I have more oak resin ready. You know, once this is all grown up. Walk over to the oak trees? Who am I kidding? I have the obelisks, but I am still going to create a path over to them. There we go. I think that's looking pretty spiffy. Or at least on purpose. On the final day of year 1, I'm going to continue with my renovation. This is also my last opportunity to capture year 1 pricing on raw materials. I have nearly a full stack of coal now, but my main focus is wood. Today, each piece of wood is worth only 10 gold to purchase, but tomorrow they'll be worth 50 apiece. That's why I'm going to be filling my inventory, regardless of the impact on my storage back home. Here, I'll randomly insert the remainder into this chest. Expanding by 64 kegs at a time is fun and all, but I think it's time to optimize this oak tree forest. I methodically go through the whole thing, chopping away any debris and filling every blank tile with flooring to prevent further debris from growing. I'm about to level up my production anyway with heavy tappers, but I decide to expand my resin farm a little bit more. I'm even adding tree fertilizer to every new acorn so I can hit the ground running in year 2. What, you thought that was enough? Oh no, I'm going big. While I finish this expansion, let's take a quick moment to review the farm progress over the first year. It's been quite the journey getting to this point, and I cannot believe how much I've accomplished in this first year. While there are guides out there to get 40 million gold in the first year, after following the first month, I determined that my favorite part about this game is routing on the fly and solving the problems that arise. Methodically following that guide in the first month was fun, but what I enjoy most is being inspired by ideas and actioning them myself. I hope that the insanity of my first year has inspired some new ideas for you as well. Now, what do you say we wrap up year 1 with one final sale? I sold all of the valuables that I'd been accumulating in the first year, making just shy of 4.3 million gold in this final sale. I've now earned 10,791,974 gold, which the game considers legendary. I've maxed my skills and masteries and managed to keep myself completely anonymous from the entire town. I don't need the fame from all of these community improvements I've been doing. All I require is more money. As I prepare myself for my year 2 adventures, I had some decisions to make. Perfection is my overall goal, but what's my best path to it? Today is a starfruit harvest, and I will be keeping an eye on the weekly quests. Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Mini shipping bin isn't bad. It is definitely not money efficient, but I'm going to be picking up the return scepter because I love it. It isn't strictly required for perfection, but I'm also going to be doing the community improvements at Robin's. My completionist tendencies cannot be overwritten. Before dealing with the starfruit on the island, I want to make a quick trip to the watery cave at the dig site. Since I have interacted with the perfection tracker, Fizz now appears. He will sell perfection waivers for 500,000 gold apiece, each of which provides 1% of perfection. Legally complex matters. Ugh. Fizz is so creepy. Ugh. I mean, yes? Don't answer that. No, not right now. I'll grab my new Qui quest and take a look at what my perfection tracker is looking like. On the fly, I'm trying to formulate my easiest path to perfection. Some items, like 2 of the obelisks or the gold clock for instance, are less money efficient to buy than the waivers from Fizz. But, like the return scepter, I think I want them anyway. After all, it's all about having fun. I take a quick scan through my collection tab to see just how much work I'm willing to do. I have a fair amount of fish to catch, but with access to magic bait, that shouldn't be too difficult to complete. Just like my museum collection, which is almost completed. Things like cooking and crafting all of the recipes will likely go uncompleted. Many of the recipes come with friendship requirements, and I'm not doing that. While it's on my mind, I will purchase the recipe for magic bait. Alright, I deal with the starfruit crop and then I head to the volcano mines. My quest for dragon's teeth is still a top priority. Even if I elect to not get the other obelisks, I definitely want the island one. It was going quite well today, but somebody forgot his watering can again. Oh well, I have this shiny new return scepter to make me feel better about it. Just in case I decide to pivot in the future, I did decide to plant 1 quality sprinkler's worth of ancient seeds. I mean, I have to plant something during spring, right? I do really like this as a crop, but it's unlikely that it will supersede my starfruit production. Also, since I've found all of the different varieties of fruit-bearing trees, I definitely haven't purchased them, I might as well plant them in the greenhouse to increase my percentage of sold items. I spend day 2 of year 2 in the mines continuing to pursue galaxy soul drops. On that front, I'm not very lucky, but at least I'm also collecting bug meat, which I can use to craft magic bait. And hardwood, because my supplies of it are very low. I end up afflicted with the nauseated debuff. This prevents the player from consuming food. Being the master of preparation that I am, I have to run home to grab some ginger. I am able to eat the ginger, which cures the nauseated debuff. Okay, back to the mines. I don't find any galaxy souls, but fill my inventory with plenty of other goodies. I'm back at it the next day, highlighting exactly why I keep multiple sets of rings on me in the endgame. I just can't function without magnetism. Oh, and that's another yellow strange doll. How funny. Farming these floors would be much more efficient with Monster Musk. Finding that quest from the wizard is going to be a priority this year. It's Thursday, so you know what I'm gonna say. Today will be spent in the Skull Cavern mine, aiming for the 4 prismatic shards quest that I picked up from Mr. Kui. I'm officially convinced that mining with bombs is by far the best way to mine. I'm not even targeting iridium ore exclusively this time. My gold and iron supplies are starting to concern me. I make out with over 600 iridium ore for the day, plus another 100 gold and 200 iron. Overnight, I hear a strange sound. That means there's now an alien capsule somewhere on my farm. Before checking that out, I want to reforge my hammer. I cannot deal with how slow it swings. Adding 2 rubies and 1 emerald seems like a good balance. Now all I need are those galaxy souls to complete my endgame hammer. The first community upgrade that I purchased upgraded Pam's trailer to a house. It's lovely, you're welcome, I have stuff to do, goodbye. For another 300,000 gold, I purchased the next community upgrade, adding shortcuts to the valley. I load up with ingredients for the island obelisk and finally check out that alien pod. It's pulsing, that's gross.
Can I, put this somewhere? Yeah, I'm keeping that. Wonder if the alien ever hatches if I just keep it in a chest somewhere. Am I evil?
Joke's on me, though. When I get to the wizard's tower, I have not unlocked the ability to craft the obelisks. My next stop is in the sewers to claim the dark talisman from the chest in the swampy, buggy, gross area. From Krobus, I'll buy an iridium sprinkler, because why not? And, more importantly, a void egg. And the wizard catalog, because it's my favorite, even though I probably won't do much decorating. Back at home, I craft a mayonnaise machine and pop the void egg into it, making void mayonnaise. This will be important in a second. While I wait for that to process, I pop back out to Ginger Island to turn in my quest and purchase the Galaxy Souls because I'm just too impatient to farm them. Short on cinder shards, I progress through the volcano mines again, stopping halfway to restock my bombs. Oh, and for the epic vibes in the volcano's caldera as I finish forging my hammer.
Here we go. Oh, yes. And 40 shards left over. Quite pleased with that.
As I deposit my resources back home, something catches my eye. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Nice. I'm a child.
The void mayonnaise has processed and is ready for tomorrow. You know, no matter how often I see it, all of this starfruit wine being ready is a beautiful sight. That means that my tappers are ready as well. Now that all of the new trees I've planted have grown up, I have no excuse to not fill in all of these gaps. I complete the keg layout in my house, adding that little bit more beauty to it. I think so anyway. Ah, yes, the ever-present relationship of money in, money out. I do want to keep 1 million gold on me so that I can purchase that obelisk. Also, somehow, I have timed out the solar panels perfectly. They will produce again on the 13th, right before the Desert Festival. Cool. Speaking of the obelisks, my next stop is the train station to present the Dark Talisman to the bird statue thing. I can now warp to the Witch's Swamp, where the best bodyguard ever needs that void mayonnaise I produced to go away forever. Inside the Witch's Hut, I claim the magic ink and warp back to the Wizard's Tower. Now I can build the obelisks. Alright, round 2. I grab the supplies for the obelisk and finally purchase the island obelisk. I'll put it here, sure. I verify that all the oak trees are tapped properly, and just like the battery packs, I should never have to worry about oak resin again. What's better than a healthy amount of jade production? Well, even more jade production, of course, spending all of those battery packs on expanding my crystallariums. Since it's Sunday, I'll exchange all of my Omnigeodes for artifact troves while I purchase the latest batch of staircases. 222 should suffice for the moment. Before I forget, I'll purchase the potato seeds for the community board quest. Hopefully I don't forget to plant them. This chest I placed in Clint's shop to store my inventory while I process mystery boxes and troves was such a good idea. Good job, me. As far as the processing goes, I'm not lucky today, but I can submit those 3 items that I have found, leaving only 2. Oh, getting so close. I think that's like a scapula. Okay, so I gotta go to Pepper Rex floors, and then this is like trilobite. No, that's the trilobite. Some fossil. Beach. But that's gonna... I've thrown these out. I've thrown a lot of these out. I was actually mistaken here. The scapula is not from Pepper Rex's, but I'll figure it out eventually when I get frustrated enough to check the wiki. I process the rest of my golden mystery boxes and spend the last bits of time today adjusting the farm layout. I'm trying to get a good sense of what kind of space I'm working with. In year 2, I am much more open to skipping through time. Unlike in year 1 where I maxed out every single day, I think 6 o'clock is a perfectly reasonable bedtime on a Sunday. It's a new week with new quests. Another mini bin on Pierre's Prime Produce versus a coffee maker for gifts for George. I mean, I'm not thrilled about these. Qui seems obsessed with prismatic shards, and I'll happily take the easy 40 gems. For the flexibility, I'll also buy Pierre's missing stock list, unsure of whether or not it applies to Joja as well. I have amassed a few of these prize tickets, turning a handful of them in, getting only one notable item, the Star Drop Tea. Despite having no interest in pursuing friendships in this town, I will be pursuing a marriage candidate soon. Fine. I'll grab the Pierre's Produce quest. There's a chance I'll get it done with the potatoes that I've already purchased, but haven't planted yet. Easily distracted, as always, let's take a quick look at what my money purchased for Pam. Beer cans all over the bedroom already. Typical Pam. Here you go, Pierre. Here's your stock list. I can now purchase all of Pierre's seeds, regardless of season. However, seeds sold out of season cost 50% more than they normally do. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said at Joja Mart. I think this is a big advantage to the Joja run in that it keeps a lot of options open. Joja Mart is open for more hours during the day, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., whereas now, after turning in the stock list, Pierre has substantially more variety in what he stocks. Each of these two have a competitive edge over the other, making for a better overall shopping experience for the customers. This jade production makes me very happy, and it's only going to grow. I spend day 9 in Skull Cavern keeping an eye out for Pepper Rex floors, methodically and foolishly defeating them all for something that they cannot drop. The scapula I'm looking for actually only comes from one variety of skeleton in the normal Stardew Valley mines. That's what I get for assuming. This is based exclusively on drop tables. You can get the scapula from the beach and other methods, but I'm going after monsters. I easily clear the 4 Precious Stones quest, opening up the rest of this week for whatever I want. Which is great, because day 10 is spent dealing with a starfruit harvest. But that's it for today. 3 in the afternoon, I'm tired. Like I said, in year 2, I am so happy to skip a bit of time to let things grow faster. Faster in real life, of course. There are still a handful of goals I want to accomplish this year, but I feel no need to maximize every single day. Back to bed before 8 a.m. The next day, the bookseller is in town. So let's see what kind of items I can trade for with all of these books that I've stored up. Trade in books. Slime Egg Press, that's lame. Mystery boxes, okay, that's not bad. I mean, sure, just for the fun of it. Ooh, spicy eel for those, that's nice. Bunch of fairy dust for those, that's not bad. I guess it's gonna be helpful for my impatience. Pepper poppers are pretty lame. Deluxe spade is pretty snazzy, actually. Bunch of wood, that's not so snazzy. Bunch of coal, that's maybe okay. Ooh, and a couple monster musks. Actually, hey. Ha. Oh! Yeah, why not? The Queen of Sauce book teaches me 15 new recipes, unlocking everything that I can learn from the TV. The majority of these remaining unknown recipes are from Friendship, which, again, I'm not doing. I have started converting some crystallariums over to fire quartz, simply because I don't want to deal with feeling obligated to pick it up in the mines. I'm trying to get in the habit of carrying more of my tools with me, which means less inventory space. I'm so low on refined quartz because of these solar panels, which I have to say were so worth the investment. That's another 50 battery packs. Remember when I got excited about finding one? While I don't have any plans for spring crops, I absolutely have plans for a summer crop. You guessed it, more starfruit, crafting 50 iridium sprinklers. As I deposit 122 oak resin from the recent harvest into my chest, I made the lazy decision to not even bother going for heavy tappers. Quantity does beat quality in this instance. I've also finally scrounged together enough moss to craft the Statue of Blessings. That's one more free buff every day. Unfortunately, it's random. Infinite energy sure helps with flipping the kegs. Just kidding. It doesn't at all. But hey, I can get another +1 luck from this statue. I spend the rest of the day as well as the morning of day 14 laying out the field and preparing for summer's starfruit. This design is not final, and I will be making some alterations, though the rough outline is coming together. Kicking off the 3rd week of spring, it seems the game really wants me to grow potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew, or in Pam's case, ferment them into alcohol. I'll take Cave Patrol, but really, the only quest that I'm interested in is a prismatic jelly to unlock the Monster Musk recipe. Ew. No, and definitely not, so no Quee quest this week. I want you to take a quick look at my buffs today. I got the perfect combination of +1 luck from the Statue of Blessings and +1 ore per node from the statue of the Dwarf King. It's also the first day of the Desert Festival, so this would have been the perfect day to go into Skull Cavern and set a new record. I elected not to, which I will end up regretting. Instead, I'm here to farm radioactive ore, which I actually won't end up using by the end of the playthrough. But hey, I'm having fun with my monster musk that I got from the bookseller. I end up getting an absurd amount of copper, but very little radioactive ore anyway. Not my greatest day in the depths. At least I almost completed Clint's Cave Patrol quest. My fire quartz production is expanding nicely, and very soon I will not need any more of it for the rest of the game. Today and tomorrow, I will be fully committing myself to Skull Cavern to take advantage of the Desert Festival. I grab my favorite combination of food from the chef, a quest from Marlin, and get busy. The cat statues that appear during the Desert Festival can grant some incredible boons, but they can also buff the monsters and danger in Skull Cavern. I don't encounter anything too wild on day 16, but tomorrow is gonna be a whole other story. After submitting my rating to Gil, I make away with 660 calico eggs for the day. I did pop out of the mines a little too late to actually spend them with any of the townsfolk. Oh well, the best deals are available tomorrow anyway. There we go, mischief managed, and my last task of the day is to go to the dwarf and make sure I've got plenty of boom boomers for tomorrow. I'm going to attempt to make today my best day in Skull Cavern, utilizing a bunch of staircases to get the day started.
Skeletons are after you? Oh no!
Oh yeah, it's gonna get so much worse. I'm not going to show you every debuff I get, but just know that the spirits are definitely against me today.
More monsters, oh no. More serpents, assassin bugs, skeletons, more monsters. Have I missed any?
Yeah, these floors are getting pretty chaotic, and it's only 11:10 a.m.
Oh, good Lord. Ooh, more monsters again? Come on, man.
I'd also like to point out that my buffs from my statues today are increased friendship from speaking with townspeople and eliminating damage from bombs. I mean, I guess the bomb buff is okay.
Oh, wow. Napalm ring. So good. Monsters do less damage. Oh, the first good buff of the day. My gosh. That's insane.
Not long after, I find one of the scariest buffs.
Mummies have become angry? Oh god, no. If I survive today, oh, it's gonna be the greatest. No, angry mummies hurt so much.
Some people argue that the hammer bug glitch feature completely breaks the combat of the game. While I somewhat agree with that, I think the fun factor is all that really matters, and it does not get better than this. Honestly, the worst part about today is that I did not bring nearly enough food with me. I have to be so careful.
Nope, nope, nope.
Eat.
Oh no.
By the end of the day, I was so clenched that I was starting to produce my own gravity. Just look at this insanity. I need to get out of here, but it was a fairly productive day.
Yeah, Gil likes it. I have 2 full stacks, just over 2 full stacks of calico eggs. That's insane. Oh, another rock candy for me. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. I can claim a second rock candy from this other shop, but I'm once again too late to check out any of the other shops. I'll just spend the rest of my eggs on mega bombs and a lucky lunch, sure. I think I've earned myself some early nights in the coming days.
Whew. Wow. What an awful day, but like a great day? They're in good humor. Yeah, way to go, spirits. Sit there and watch you suffer all of yesterday. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do another day in Skull Cavern with the buffs that I actually want, and let's go a little psycho with it, shall we? And there are the solar panels, completely untouched and probably producing this whole time. We'll see, when was the last time? 13th? So we'll see in 2 days.
I spend the first part of the day boosting myself into the depths with staircases. And you see that correctly. It's going to be a 2 rock candy day. And I'm going to be using all of those mega bombs that I picked up yesterday. I am definitely targeting that new high score of iridium ore collected in a single day.
Oh, come on. I would love to hit over a stack in a day. The spicy eel, I don't even care. Come on. No, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, no. Jade, get out of here. Oh, Mega Bomb, don't do me wrong. Don't do me wrong. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Did I? Oh, so close. 995. Oh, I'm slightly heartbroken. Those darn spirits. If they'd been really happy. All right, enough horsing around. It's time to get serious about perfection. I'm concerned about the number of starfruit seeds I have, selling just over 100 wine to guarantee that I can buy enough from Sandy. I realize that I am way overproducing starfruit and need to establish more kegs to process it all. I'm going to convert this lower field that I had planned into more keg space. Like in my previous video, I was tempted to fill in the bus stop and quarry with kegs, but I've elected to keep everything on the farm this time. I have no idea why I felt compelled to expand the solar panels, but hey, 80 is better than 50, right? And of course I'm laying down all of these kegs. Fun fact, I still have oak resin left over. Iron is now my limiting factor. It's time to bite the bullet and start pursuing these fish. Not only are the fish themselves worth 10% of perfection, but catching all of them rewards a star drop. Collecting all 7 star drops will net me another 10%. Hence my interest in marriage. Magic Bait provides the ability to catch any fish from that source regardless of weather, time, or season. This will include the ability to catch all of the legendary fish. After snagging a slimejack in the sewers, the first legendary fish that I go after is the mutant carp. I consider him the easiest of the 5. I need a whole bunch of different species from the ocean, fishing off the east dock, which is where the legendary crimson fish hangs out. He's a much tougher catch, but by no means the most difficult. I managed to add a fair amount of new species to my roster today, including going after some of the rare fish in the mines. I catch an ice pip and... and I got an amphibian fossil. Heck yeah. One step closer. For day 22, I repeat the process, this time fishing off of the west dock. Fishing down here with Magic Bait allows me to catch fish that are normally exclusively available during the night market. By the way, all of the quests this week are lame, but I'm still going to use the opportunity on Ginger Island to purchase a bunch more Magic Bait. While I'm out here, I'll snag one of the last Ginger Island exclusive fish, the stingray from the Pirate's Cove. I'm gonna pivot and get these potatoes planted before I completely forget. One quick field scraped together and I'm back to fishing. I catch the stonefish in the mines, but I'm going to skip getting the lava eel here. They're easier to find in the volcano's caldera. I'm sorry if this is painful to watch, but many of these fish that I'm catching, I'm just throwing in the garbage. The legendary ones stay with me, of course. There are quite a few species that come from crab traps, and I'm going to line the beach with them. I then spend the rest of the day fishing in the spot that will get me the night market fish, catching the final one I needed, the good old blobfish. My collection is filling out impressively fast, if I do say so myself. I harvest the crab traps the next day, gaining quite a few new species. I can't get all of them from the ocean, so I line the freshwater pond in Cindersap Forest with even more. Next is the lava eel in the volcano caldera. Ironically, I come to floor 100 anyway to try and fish up a cave jelly. Well, that was easy. I catch a void salmon in the Witch's Swamp and fish down into the waterfall south of the Cindersap Forest for a goby. Fishing off the southernmost point of the island, just north of that waterfall, I can find the glacier fish. Magic Bait is so good. I would hate to have to wait to do this until winter. I generally find the glacier fish is the most challenging legendary fish to catch, oftentimes being more challenging than the one and only legend fish. Back in town, fishing from the bridge north towards the waterfall, I snag a couple of additional species like a rainbow trout pursuing the legendary anglerfish. In just a few short days, this collection has gone from nearly empty to nearly full. After a bit more scooting around the map, catching scattered species, I find myself back in the Cindersap Forest tracking down what should be my second last fish. You're different. Yes! Okay. Oh, beautiful. So, if these crab pots are plentiful in the morning, all I have left to catch is the legend. The problem is that the next morning is the flower dance.
I'm gonna have to deal with this before being able to access my crab pots. At least I can buy an additional recipe that's exclusively available here. The dance wastes my entire day, but at least in the twilight hours, I'm able to return to the forest and harvest my crab pots. It seems that the spirits are with me once more because... Actually, it's raining today. That's perfect. I don't need any special bait for the legend fish, so I can actually use deluxe bait, which will increase the size of my fishing bar. I was a little overconfident, so I spend the first part of the day trying to obtain the scapula that I need for the museum. Joke's on me again, these skeletons can't drop it. Only the skeletons in the normal mines. Before allowing myself to become too involved with the skeletons, I make sure to pop out and catch that legend fish. While I fight that battle, I want to make a quick note that in my last Stardew video, I mentioned that he respawns. This is incorrect. It was a bug in version 1.4, but we're in version 1.6 now. There is, however, a way to obtain him multiple times. So long as you have not caught him from fishing, with the Fisher enchantment on a pan in the correct tiles, you can obtain an infinite number of legend fish. That is in the current game version, but I'm going to be catching him with my fishing rod, so that exploit is not available to me.
First try legend. Boop. That's a master angler right there. That's me. So the rest of today is for, what?
It's Thursday. In my attempts to gather as many free perfection points as I can, I'm running through my chests for the rest of today, shipping one of every item. Anything to help my bottom line.
55k off of random junk from the chests. That should be a nice boost towards the perfection percentage. I should try and craft a bunch of junk tomorrow.
Day 26 of spring greets me with fresh potatoes. Unfortunately, I did not quite get enough for Pierre's prime produce, being 3 short. Oh well, that's not getting done. Willie has sent me a star drop in the mail to celebrate being a master angler.
That sure tastes like synergy. Cool.
To save myself some stress at the start of summer, I am going to be filling my fields with parsnips as a linger crop. Since parsnips will die between the seasons, I will remind everyone, including myself, to not fertilize them, as that will be lost. It really is quite a treat knowing that I've accomplished this much, and it's only spring of the second year. The second last day of spring, year 2, greets me with a starfruit wine bounty. Do you remember all of that wood that I purchased at the end of year 1? Yeah, it's pretty much gone. I have just enough to fill out the remaining space for my kegs and get them producing. Unfortunately, still no monster musk, but I will be spending the rest of the month pursuing that scapula, finally targeting the correct monsters. Conveniently, this is also netting me some much-needed iron ore. For the last day of spring, I'm back at it, and just before 11 a.m., I find the final artifact. Glorious day! I get these last 2 artifacts over to the museum, earning myself a complete collection.
There they are. A complete collection. I'll take that, thank you. Oh. I'm almost getting a little bit too much synergy in my life lately. Synergy overload. Is there anything else I'd care to get in here? Not really. Okay, bye.
Fortunately, I don't have to think about what I need to do with the rest of today, because it's another starfruit harvest. I think it's safe to say that everything is coming up Madhouse today. Taking a quick peek at my perfection tracker, I've jumped up to 40% completion. There are still a few odds and ends that I can get in these shipped items, cooking recipes, and crafting recipes. But my main goal moving forward is going to be finding all of the star drops. To celebrate a successful spring, I sold another batch of starfruit wine and some more odds and ends, netting another 1.3 million gold. Great success! Do you smell that fresh summer air? Oh, and check it out, some of the ancient fruits have grown. Task number 1 this month is going to be flipping the fields to starfruit. I do have to take a short break to go to Sandy's, this time buying as many starfruit seeds as I can. I'm so tired of micromanaging them, and I have the money now. Even with the linger crop, this process takes most of the day. Using only seed makers that I've found, I still haven't crafted one yet, I'll convert some of these ancient fruit into more seeds. I'll maintain that single patch in the corner as ancient fruits for the rest of the year. Ancient seeds are the only crop that will start growing in the spring and produce all the way through fall. None of the quests this week interest me, so what else can I get up to? Because of poor planning on my part, a good chunk of my new starfruit crop was not fertilized. And I totally forgot that Pierre starts selling deluxe speed grow in year 2. I thought I had to wait until Thursday to get it from Sandy. 500 more starfruit wine, giving me just over another $1.5 million gold, should be enough. Actually, maybe I'll check Joja real quick to see if they have fertilizer. No dice on the fertilizer, but then I see him.
Oh. Hello. Shane. You look so blue.
Don't mind me, just picking up a big old stack of beer for no particular reason at all, and 2 stacks of deluxe speed grow, which should be an ample supply. I can't help myself. I have to get back over to Joja.
So hey, I know you're at work and everything, but well, I'm a little shy. Do you like beer? You know my name? Oh, Shane. Oh, he's dressed in the right outfit. No, I have to leave. I can't seem too desperate. I sense something beautiful starting here.
As I fill in the fertilizer, I am sure that you can tell which crops have been fertilized and which have not. I want to mention why I chose Shane to pursue for marriage. Like I mentioned, gathering all of the star drops provides 10% of my overall perfection, and one of those star drops requires having 12.5 hearts with your spouse. I had to choose somebody, and when thinking about the bluest characters in the game, it came down to Emily or Shane. Let's face it, Shane is way more blue, and he works at Joja, my favorite place. So I'm gonna be stalking him until he agrees to marry me. Shane's loved gifts are beer, hot peppers, pepper poppers, and pizza. Hot peppers take too much effort to grow, and pepper poppers I won't get the recipe for until I'm better friends with Shane. Also, they require hot peppers and refer to point 1. And, well, beer is cheaper than pizza, so beer it is. Since I'm not using the space on the west bank of the Ginger Island farm, I'm going to grow more ancient seeds out here. At this point, I'm not sure if I'll ever use these for anything, but it's nice to have the option. To grab a few more points towards perfection, I'm now going to go through and craft one of every single item that I conveniently can. And I'm all over the place as usual. My last task of today is adding 1 rare seed to the Ginger Island farm. Once this grows, I'll be using it to gain another star drop.
I don't think there's anything else today. Whatever.
No, my kitty cat needs a hat.
This one.
Come here, let me trust you.
Okay.
To start my day for the foreseeable future, I will be popping down to visit Shane. Unfortunately, my key to the town does not allow me into his bedroom.
Shane. Alright, maybe that's inappropriate. Okay, maybe I'll wait till he's at work again.
Yeah, that seems more appropriate. I've redesigned and completely converted all of my crystallariums over to jade. Just like with the fire quartz, I will soon be switching these over again because I will never need this much jade.
What's up, Morris? Just here to give your employee beer. Oh, Doris. I mean, Shane, who am I? Here, have a star drop tea, too. Tastes just like beer? Oh, Shane's plastered at work. 1 whole heart. Oh, I didn't actually talk to him? Here. Does that still count as talking? Yeah, it does.
I'm so tired. What a successful 3rd day of summer. One of the least valuable Statue of Blessings buffs up to this point has been the Blessing of Friendship. Nowadays, I'm very excited when I get it. When it's active, talking to people will give me 60 friendship points instead of the usual 20. I have been flipping the ocean crab pots because I want a few more clams in order to purchase the beach obelisk. The east end of the beach has a decent chance of spawning some red coral, but the beach at Ginger Island is even more likely. Again, this is all for the obelisk. This also serves to reinforce my choice of switching to the gatherer foraging skills instead of lumberjacking. Today's harvest has given me enough raw materials to purchase both the beach obelisk and the earth obelisk for the mountain warp point. That's 2% more towards my overall perfection. It's safe to assume that I will be tracking down Shane every single day to talk to him and earn more friendship. After all, outside of that Star Drop tea, I can only give him 2 gifts per week. That's 2 hearts, 10.5 to go. Day 5 of summer is action-packed.
Aw, Shane. What a coinkydink finding you here. Don't you have work to do? Don't you? An apple. I mean, you hot piece of blue. Bedtime!
Alright, I might have exaggerated about day 5, but day 6 is really action-packed. While I don't strictly need anything from this green rain day, I have to make up for not taking advantage of it last year. I can't help myself, and I absolutely love this new feature. I am growing a couple of cactus plants in my greenhouse targeting the desert obelisk, the last one that I need. As much as I want to go out and just chop moss balls all day, I have to remain focused on my starfruit wine endeavors, especially when the first batch of iridium quality wine is ready to go. Each bottle is now worth twice as much as standard starfruit wine. Just after 7 p.m., I'm finally ready to start playing around in the green rain. Again, this isn't productive in any way, but I'm having a blast. I'm swinging in the green rain.
Robin's axe. I do not care.
Without repeating the same things too many times, welcome to the summer strategy.
Come on, Shane, get out of bed. I got nothing else to do today. Ah, nice. I'm good enough friends with you. What's up, dude? You again. How many times do I have to tell you to leave me alone? Haha, buddy. Look at that jacket you're wearing. I will never leave you alone. Hi, Marnie. Oh, do you have a book for me? Yeah, sure. Okay, bye. Good talk. Oh, I'm so tired. What an exhausting day.
Lame quests from the town and more lame quests from Mr. Quee. Maybe the perfection tracker can add a little bit of spark to my day. Alright, 47%. I'm definitely getting closer by the day. I stop in at Joja to purchase a couple of cooking supplies. Maybe I'll be able to eke out a few more percentage points from the recipes I already know? Because I'm the best stalker, I know Shane's route already.
Hi, Shane. Here, have a beer.
Doris, how'd you know this is my favorite?
Because this weather makes me thirsty? If I could give you 2 beers, buddy, I would. All right. We'll talk to you later, Blue, you blue hunk. Wow.
After all of that work that I put in year 1, I'm definitely enjoying Easy Street right now. I've selected the few tasks that I care about, some of which are redundant, but I'm effectively on cruise control to perfection. As I grind through a couple of the more mundane tasks, I want to investigate why Joja is a lot better than I thought it was originally. Consider the following. All of my community upgrades happened so fast in this playthrough because I was able to purchase them. And I'm not the only one that shops at Joja. I've seen both Jody and Pam doing their shopping there, and competition in a free market should benefit the consumers. Should anyway. Not only does it encourage competition, but nothing bad happens to Pierre or his shop. He keeps his store, his hours, and his prices all the same. In fact, Joja, after purchasing membership, is the one to match Pierre's prices. I've mentioned before, though, that the stock at Joja is not quite as diverse as Pierre's, especially after buying his stock list, though they are open for longer hours and 7 days a week. Pierre's is open 7 days a week after unlocking the community center, however, his hours do not expand. I haven't cared much about them in this playthrough, but auto-petters through Joja are available, which are usually quite a chore to find. Both Shane and Sam work at Joja, so they get to keep their jobs. The movie theater replaces the warehouse, bringing back that sense of community despite there no longer being a community center. The town only has so much real estate after all. And finally, for completing the Joja Community Development Project, I get a soda machine, which does provide some purpose, unlike the trophy, which does absolutely nothing. There are actually a lot of reasons why Joja is quite good, and I'd never considered them before this playthrough. It's important to remember, though, that this game is all about playing your way. Whichever path makes the playing experience the most fun for you is always the correct choice. All this Joja talk has made me desperate to go and visit my blue boy. Oh, something about a Shane in a blue uniform just... whew, I like it. I think. Maybe I've just got blue-colored glasses. Even without the agriculturalist perk, I will be getting 3 starfruit harvests from the plants that were fertilized the entire time. The rest of the field is only going to provide 2 harvests this month. I think it's becoming clear that I've done this a few too many times with how good I'm getting at replanting these seeds. What do you want? Leave me alone? Never. Stop it. This is right, and you know it. Stop resisting. While tending the second half of my field, I get a message indicating that the luau has begun. Well, that sounds like another opportunity to gain some friendship with Shane. Look at my cat with his little hat. Excuse me, get out of the way. Thank you, love you, Mochi. After a quick scan through my chests, I know what I can add to the luau soup. To get the best response, I'll be grabbing a little bit of this fairy dust that I obtained earlier. I quickly drop down an additional cask, put a piece of cheese in it, and use 3 fairy dusts to instantly transform it into iridium quality cheese. I told you this dust would come in handy. Alright, time to use my fancy new obelisk to warp down to the beach. The ingredient I place in the soup will increase or decrease friendship with most of the townsfolk. Sandy, the wizard, Krobus, the dwarf, and the 2 children are the exceptions. Adding this iridium quality cheese will get me the best response from the governor, earning me 120 friendship points with every person in town, aside from those 6. The governor absolutely loves it, earning myself the achievement for an unforgettable soup. I'm not here for you, man. I'm only here for the man in blue. Remember how I just sold all of that wine to purchase more starfruit seeds so I wouldn't have to worry about it again? Well, here I am selling even more wine. This time I purchased 3,700 more starfruit seeds. Hopefully that'll last until the end of summer? At least I can confidently say that for every bottle of starfruit wine I sell, there's another one produced shortly after. On the 14th day of summer, I finally have the last cactus I need to purchase the desert obelisk. I now have all 4 of them. To celebrate, I'm going to pull a few items from that wizard catalog and decorate my home. Who's got 2 thumbs and the coolest bed on the block now? This guy. Unfortunately, with all of these kegs everywhere, I can't quite change all of the wallpaper. Well, that's beautiful. That's what I get for trying to do aesthetic stuff. Gets in the way of my production. Oh, there he is. Hey, I'm in your room. How many times do I have to tell you? I will break you eventually. What are you playing in here, man? Oh, Mega Station. Dude, you got the coolest stuff. Let me sit in your pile of filth over here. It's beautiful. Can I hang out in your bed? Oh, I like it. Don't mind me. Alright, bye Shane. See you tomorrow. There aren't any interesting quests again this week, but at least Mr. Quee is offering Skull Cavern Invasion. With my Jade production, that's an easy 40 gems. Today, when I go to give Shane his morning beer, I'm greeted with a cutscene. Aw, buddy. I'm such a creep. Oh dear. Don't worry, Marnie. I'm here to help. I understand the boy needs... He's a little troubled. Can you do something? He's out cold. Oh, I have just the thing for him. Bleh. Just a little watering can. Moke around in your room and drink beer? I mean... You wouldn't understand. There's this random person that keeps feeding beer to me every day. I keep telling them to leave me alone. Ah, Jazz is here. Oh, Shane, buddy, you're gonna do that to your goddaughter? You can't do that. Oh, Jazz. Yeah, that's right. I feel ashamed. You can do better, Shane. You've got this. Here, let me help. Kick off your day with a couple of Beerios. Every time I try something new, it goes horribly wrong. You learn to just stay in a shell? Nah, dude, come live with me. I'll hook you up. Alright, 6:50 in the morning. I'm exhausted. Emotional stuff doesn't do well with me. I'm going right back to bed. Day 18 holds another starfruit harvest for me, and day 19 has even more starfruit ready for me at the farm. Unless my math is wrong, I should be able to squeeze out one more harvest here. Oh, where are you going? You see me coming in? No, you can't get away. Yeah, customer's always right, bud. 4 hearts. Ugh. This is gonna take forever. Getting back home, I'm a little confused. Why is 1 keg ready? Oh, well that's pretty cool. I get to cycle the kegs right as they're finishing. This is one of the longest days that I've had in quite a while, it feels. After finishing up the keg work, I head south, triggering another cutscene. Ah, Shane, what's up, buddy? Just having some brewskis by the lake? Always up late. Well, not really. Have a cold one. Oh man, thanks. Yep. Tell you what. Oh, but dang old life, man. I tell you what. He asks me if I ever feel like no matter what you do, you're gonna fail. Oh, Shane, you're in the bottom of the hole right now, aren't you? He feels no matter how hard he tries, he'll never be strong enough to climb out of the hole he's in. Yes, you are. Everybody is strong enough to climb out of that hole. Fast drinker, huh? Woman after my own heart. All right, I keep forgetting I'm playing as a woman. Doris, not Boris. Don't make it a habit. You got a future ahead of you. So do you, dude. You're like, what, 18? I don't know how old Shane is. You little scruff. We'll call him like early 20s. Yeah, you got a long life ahead of you. See you around, Doris? Yeah, I'm coming to your bedroom right now. I mean...
I'm coming to your bedroom, Shane.
Huh. Maybe not. Where is he? Ah, what's up, dude? You want that beer back? Shane is not doing great right now. I don't think the beer I keep feeding him is helping. At least my efforts aren't going unnoticed, as the next morning I earned the achievement, A New Friend. Good, attaboy, Shane. Looking at the positives in life. That's the way. On the 21st of summer, I think it's safe to say I can start converting away from jade production. I now have over 2,000 staircases and 269 battery packs. Excessively nice, and I love it. Still no Monster Musk quest in the last week of summer. On my way to check the Quee quests, I can harvest the Sweet Gem Berry. Just no. I'm not doing those. The Sweet Gem Berry I deliver immediately to the statue in the secret woods. It's been too long since the taste of synergy was in my mouth. Wait, is that weird to say? Oh well, I'm committed at this point. Oh, hey big guy. Here, don't let Morris see it. Shane mentions it's a lot of effort to be friends with someone. It's just easier to be alone. Yeah, it is, but it's so worth it to be friends with someone. We lift each other up. I decide that it's time to commit to the golden clock. While I could just buy perfection waivers costing only 5 million gold for the same percentage of perfection, I really want the shiny clock. Catch Shane on the way to work like a big old creep. Hey buddy. It's
always your favorite. Every time I try something new, it goes horribly wrong. You should learn to stay in a shell. No, absolutely not. You try something, it goes horribly wrong, and you learn so you can try again and be even better. Iteration. Oh, how I love making the numbers on screen dance. Yep, just over 10 million for me. Let's get a gold clock. And by let's, I mean me. Before making any major purchases, I can't forget Shane. Chat with my boo. He doesn't know it yet. Every day is the same, stocking those horrible shelves, going to the saloon, tossing and turning all night. Well, I see two things that are entirely based on your own behavior, Shane. Take a look inside. You'll find the answers you're looking for. The answers I'm looking for lie in a shiny clock. I will now take a moment to rearrange all of these so it looks halfway on purpose. That bad boy is worth another 10% of my total perfection. I'll even take a moment to decorate it. Kind of. I can't deny that my relationship with Shane has pretty much been my only focus this month. I am grabbing a few odds and ends and maintaining my starfruit production, but really, this is the main event. What's up, dude? You're really persistent. Yeah? Guess I'm just surprised that anyone would be interested in talking to me. Of course. Look at you. What's not to like? I'll buy you a new Joja hoodie. It's looking a little ratty. I hope that the persistent starfruit wine production isn't getting old for any of you, because I appreciate it every single time. Just look at all these profits. As I cruise towards the next cutscene with Shane, I want to take a quick moment to talk about something important. I've made light about his drinking, but addiction is something that a lot of people battle with, and it's not something to be taken lightly. Speaking as someone who spent over a decade trying to escape through substances, it's not the way out. That brief sense of calm, that moment of quiet, it never lasts. It only pulls you further from stability and from yourself. Life isn't easy. It's messy, unfair, and often exhausting, but that's what gives it meaning. Every challenge we overcome, every small step forward shapes us into someone stronger. We can get better. We all have that strength within us, even when it doesn't feel like it. With that said, let's see Shane at his lowest. This isn't you, this is the alcohol talking, Shane. At his lowest, Shane is talking about the end. When presented with 4 options, none of them feel right. I choose the option that leaves the power with Shane, because he does have it. I know what it's like to feel powerless, to think you've gone too far to turn things around. Guilt and shame, they won't pull you out of that place. They just serve to keep you there. What does help is hope. Even the smallest bit of it. Hope for a better tomorrow, for the strength to get back up, for the chance to make things right. And that hope only grows when we start doing the work, one step at a time. Shane needs me to take him to the hospital. Thankfully, Harvey's a good doctor. He does what he can for Shane in the moment and recommends some supports to help him moving forward. But those supports can't do the work for him. They can only guide him on the journey that he needs to take himself. If you or someone you care about are struggling, reach out to someone you trust. Talk to them. Sometimes it's the people around us who remind us how strong we really are, and that there's always hope, especially when it's shared. Even the smallest bit of kindness or understanding can spark something brighter. And when we lift each other up, that hope only grows. The next morning, I'm greeted by a much more optimistic Shane. He's sorry about the incident at the cliffs. Shane, buddy! Hey, I don't have to come track you down for a change. Dude, I'm just happy you're still here, man. Yeah, you were pretty rough, but that wasn't you, man. That was the alcohol talking. Yeah, go see a therapist. Good. Nah, man, take care of yourself. Everybody's rooting for you, Shane. Well, that was an emotionally heavy couple of days, so I'm gonna go back to making my pockets heavy with more starfruit. I think that's part of what makes this game such a masterpiece. The gameplay is engaging, sure, but what really sells it is how real the world feels. The people in this town are complicated, flawed, and human, but ultimately good. Honestly, I think the same can be said for all of us. Just like that, it's the last day of summer.
I'm happy to report that my math was correct and I am in fact getting a third starfruit harvest. The other side of the field, I just got lazy and didn't bother harvesting so I could do it all at once. Again, with the redundant tasks, I'm going to be planting wheat as a linger crop. Remember, because it grows in both summer and fall, the fertilizer will remain. What can I say? I want pumpkins, even though I haven't kegged a single pumpkin from last year's harvests. Even with over 800 kegs right now, I can't even keep up with my starfruit production. But I love pumpkins as a crop, so I'm gonna grow them. I track down my new bestest friend and, like a true sociopath, offer him another beer.
Yeah, buddy. Aw, man, just know I'm here for you.
My efforts this month have netted me 6 hearts with Shane. I feel pretty confident that I will marry him before year's end. Taking a quick peek at my perfection tracker, I am now at 58%. I have a few more crafting recipes that I can make, but I need to harvest some more ore. I am flat out of both gold and iron. I'll be able to knock off a couple of the cooking recipes, but I'll only be making great friends with one person. You're my boy, Blue! Even though I slept through the majority of the month, I'd call this a successful summer of year 2. The plan as I progress into fall doesn't really change. I'm going to be maintaining my existing production and, of course, pursuing Shane. Well, I got pretty lucky getting Danger in the Deep fairly early, but I cannot for the life of me get this Monster Musk quest. Speaking of Danger in the Deep, sure, I'll do it again, but this time with staircases. I won't completely skip everything with staircases though, I am still after radioactive ore, for some reason. Spoiler alert, I won't actually end up using it. The spirit's sense of irony remains as hilarious as ever. After days down here farming for galaxy souls earlier in the year, I find one today when I no longer need them. Heading to see Shane the next morning, I trigger another cutscene. Shane's been doing the work and Marnie has definitely noticed. She guesses that the reason he's feeling so good is that Gus had a clearance sale on canned beer. Good one, Marnie, but that's not the way to support your nephew. Shane's been into the sparkling water instead of the beer lately, and he feels great. He admits that he sometimes forgets that he has friends and people that care about him. It's okay to rely on the people around us when we're in need. Since cutting out such an expensive habit, he even has enough money to buy Jazz a pair of bunny jewel slippers. Everything's coming up Shane house.
It's amazing how much money you save when you're not drinking it.
After the cutscene, I run to chat with him and he drops some knowledge. Life isn't so bad, at least he has frozen pizza and eggs.
Frozen pizza and eggs, you're damn right.
Where was I now? Oh yeah, going through the mines. Any floor that I see that has a reasonable amount of ore on it, I'm making sure to grab. After all, I do need a little bit more iron and gold for a couple of scattered crafting recipes. Well, that was easy. My wheat is ready on the 3rd, and while I'm too lazy to go and get the agriculturalist perk to get 3 pumpkin harvests, like I said earlier, I haven't even processed last year's pumpkins. This crop is serving only for a nice screenshot progression. After all, I do love the way pumpkins look during the fall. In my courtship with Shane, I do have one concern. I have to get him up to 8 hearts to give him a bouquet to start dating him. But then I have to give him a mermaid's pendant in order to marry him. The mermaid's pendant is only sold by the old mariner on the beach who only shows up on rainy days. He will not show up during the winter. However, if a rain totem is used, he will. So, while I'm hoping that the RNG plays nice, I do at least have a backup strategy. As this playthrough begins its wind down, I'm cleaning up the last few recipes that I'll be able to craft without putting any kind of significant effort into them. In my house, I can sneak into this corner of the kegs because I'm obviously not interrupting a single one of them to check out what cooking I can accomplish. It's astounding how many recipes rely on milk and eggs, both animal products that I will not be getting any of in this playthrough. I can't cook much, but hey, it all counts. The remainder of this month is pretty much going to be harvesting and replanting crops, cycling the kegs, and of course continuing to convince Shane to marry me. This is among the last times that I'll show me flipping the kegs. Probably. Maybe this is why my videos are always so long, because I get so much enjoyment from the most mundane things. I haven't consumed a battery pack in weeks, and yet I still come out to diligently collect them every 7 days. Why, you might ask? Well, because I can't help myself. I stumble upon a couple more cooking recipes like hash browns, a roots platter, moss soup, and a ginger ale. I don't think there's a single other recipe that I can cook or craft from materials that I have laying around in my chests. In the second week of fall, the quests continue to disappoint. But the starfruit harvest never does. Okay, just like the kegs, I'll stop showing this. On the 9th of fall, I finally hit the threshold to be able to date Shane. Now, at 8 hearts, I'm able to buy a bouquet from Pierre's. And I can even catch Shane right before he gets to work. Late as usual. Here you go, buddy. Oh, he feels the same way. After all I've put you through? Nah, we cool. The next day, I walk into another cutscene at Marnie's ranch. Shane recognizes that animals are so much better than people. The hens are going to be what keeps him upright from now on. Chickens that are blue? This guy has a direct line to my blue heart. Look at how much innovation he's brought to this world. Blue chickens! Incredible. Heck yeah, look at that. It's so cute. Look at the chicken that's blushing. Give me your blue ones. Pale, sickly Joja eggs. Well, excuse me. It is true, though. A more golden yolk has more nutrients, generally. Animals are the best. I think they're incredible. Blue chickens. If I cared to put coops on my farm, blue hens, excuse me, I would totally do it. You're only lucky. Lucky in the sense that you took the reins in your own life, Shane. You're creating your own luck. I have begun converting my jade production into rubies and a few diamonds. All of this time spent outside of the mines has crushed my supply of spicy eel and espresso. I'm not showing the kegs being flipped here, I promise. I'm actually showing how beautiful that field full of fully grown pumpkins looks. Pumpkins are among the crops that are eligible to randomly combine into giant crops. Cauliflower, melons, pumpkins, powder melons, and kiwi fruit can all do this if they're planted in a 3x3 pattern. Giant crops drop between 15 and 21 normal quality crops, which is much more than the typical 9 in a 3x3 footprint. There is a secondary mechanic with this that I'll be taking advantage of closer to the end of the month. Whew, staying up till 11 p.m. My old bones just can't handle this anymore. The next morning, I hit 9 hearts with Shane. I'm getting so close to finishing my goals. I then find Shane musing that if he were to watch more TV, maybe he could forget about life. That would be relaxing. No, don't do that. Don't replace alcohol with TV. But YouTube's okay. Day 16 of fall is one that I had to keep my eye out for. Today is the Stardew Valley Fair, and with it comes my second last star drop opportunity. I really wish that I'd remembered this last year, but oh well, I had other things on my mind. I poked through my chests, finding the highest value items, at least based on my best guess. Because of the fair, I can't actually access Marnie's farm today. I guess I'll just hang outside like a creep waiting for Shane. While I wait for the fair to start, I guess I'll complete this week's Qui quest. Less than 1% of my staircase supply later, and that's done. I head to the fair to populate my display. Winning the competition is going to get me 1,000 star tokens. I get Lewis to start his judging process, and I have to figure out how I'm going to make the rest of my star tokens. I find that the fishing game is the most reliable source of them, but spinning the wheel can be the fastest, though it carries more risk. The wheel is always 2.75 times more likely to land on green than orange. This gives you a 73.3% chance of landing on green and a 26.6% chance of landing on orange, regardless of daily luck modifiers. Based on my last experience here, I'm calling shenanigans. Everybody get your brooms. Instead, this year, I'm gonna let the money do the talking. Lewis has made his judgment, and I claim my 1,000 star tokens. I empty my display, but should note that if I didn't, all of these items would end up in the Lost and Found in Mayor Lewis's house. To collect the rest of the star tokens, I'm simply gonna purchase them from this tent. I can buy a maximum of 999 at a time, and very shortly I have everything I need.
Easy. Oh, it's so good. There we go. That's my motivation for not having done this last year. I just wanted to wait through this year so I could just pay my way through it. Too funny. Synergy. I can't ever get enough of it. I'm gonna buy 401 more, get that rare crow, and call it a day. Perhaps. And then I will buy one more. There. Because I will buy the rare crow and the prize ticket in the off chance that maybe I can get another tea or something from the prizes. Cool beans. The conversion to rubies really hasn't taken that long. Before long, I'm going to be swimming in spicy eel, and then I'll convert everything to diamonds. I really wish there was an easier way to switch out crystallariums aside from breaking them and replacing them. I turn in the 3 prize tickets that I have right now, ending up one short of the Friendship 101 book. Reading this would provide me an additional 10% friendship gain, but it looks like I won't be getting it this time. I then catch Shane on his way to work, earning the Best Friends achievement. Oh, there he is. I guess I've grown attached to Marty and Jazz. Well, Ragtag Bunch kind of feels like a weird family. Heck yeah. It's because you are family, you muppet. That's 10 hearts with Shane. That's perfect. So the next rainy day, I should be able to get the mermaid. Should be able to get the mermaid's pendant. While scrounging through the recipes to see if there's anything left for me to craft, I remember that my foraging cave still exists. It comes with a dehydrator, so that's one more thing I can sell. I have so much starfruit to cake, it's absurd. The grind continues. Which direction do I want to do this in today? So much variety. Let's go counter, or as my British friends might say, anti-clockwise. Don't mind me making my own fun. The 21st of fall, year 2, is a momentous day. The next pumpkin harvest is ready, and more importantly, it's raining. Now, for the next 7 days, I am not going to harvest these pumpkins. At the start of each day, every possible 3x3 grid of pumpkin has a 1% chance to grow into a giant crop. So long as the crops are of the same type and the top left one is fully grown and watered, this can occur. Since I plan to keg all of these, probably eventually never, getting more raw pumpkin is preferable because I don't care about quality. Clint, old buddy, old pal. Yeah, I know I haven't been here in a while, but I diversified into wine. It's significantly less effort. Yeah, but okay, bye. On the East Beach, I can now speak to the old mariner and buy the mermaid's pendant for 5,000 gold. Hey man, I know you just came into work, but you want to get married? He accepts. He'll set everything up. Ceremony will be in 3 days. I had to wait until he was in uniform to do this. Shane's hard at work and doesn't seem interested in talking. Yeah, well, it is what it is, I guess. See? More giant pumpkins have formed since yesterday. Imagine this in 6 more days. Shane is starting to suspect that maybe my intentions aren't entirely pure. Some elaborate prank? No. I'm committing to myself right now that if I ever get that Monster Musk quest, I'm doing it regardless of how redundant the effort will be. As far as my perfection goes, I'm up to 60% with those couple of random items that I've crafted and cooked, as well as being the bestest of friends with Shane now. On the morning of the 24th of fall, year 2, we witness the marriage of Shane and Doris. Not Boris. Now we're getting married. Oh, I wore proper wedding attire and everything. Look at that beautiful pan on my head. Yeah, most of these people don't even know I exist. I don't talk to them. Marnie is the most excited. Just because she's seen me, she's like, yay, he's moving out of my house. Yeah, the future looks bright. It's beautiful. Wedding was wonderful, wasn't it, dear? Yeah. Here, have a beer. The best part about being married now is I can give him a gift every single day. I am officially on Easy Street. Though I am super curious about how the NPC is going to handle my keg layout. Oh no, Shane's on the move. Don't you? Okay, he just scoots right through. Okay, good. Whew. We were gonna have problems, buddy. We were gonna have problems. But you're okay. Look at him, just cruising through the kegs. Why can't I do that? What are you doing? Where are you going? Just like that, I find myself on the last day of Fall Year 2. Check out all of these giant pumpkins. Perhaps Powerful wasn't the best enchantment for my axe. The Shaving enchantment grants extra wood and hardwood from harvesting trees, extra fiddlehead ferns from green rain trees, red mushrooms from mushroom trees, and a chance for extra produce from giant crops. I have so many pumpkins. Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, like 4,000 pumpkins that will probably never get kegged because I just have too much starfruit income. The problems. Terrible problems. Now in winter, I'm gonna be getting progressively lazier. My top priority remains feeding beer to Shane to make him like me more. As for the rest of the month, I'll be maintaining my production and hunting that darn Monster Musk quest. I will opportunistically pick up the Quee quests so long as they're convenient. And only if they're convenient. I have begun the process of converting all of my crystallariums to diamonds. At this point, I have more rubies and therefore more spicy eel than I will ever be able to consume. Oh no, he's behind the impassable barrier. Ugh, the things I do for love. I didn't mean to give you that. Beer or cider? Sometimes life can be challenging. Oh my god. You do you, boo. I've even streamlined my purchasing and quest completion. I didn't bother coming out to finish that Quee quest until it was Thursday so I could get my rock candy. Oh, and 561 spicy eels. I have the 999 challenge on my mind, and so I can't help but harvest all of the battery packs despite no longer needing them for anything. That stream series, which will probably last the next decade, will be commencing shortly after this project is released. Because I'm me, I can't help but try and plan ahead. Try anyway. I'm up to 244 Quee gems. They will never be spent. Look at him motoring around down there. Look, man, the keg, I'm a package deal with the kegs. The kegs stay. On the morning of Winter 7, Year 2, I give Shane the beer that gets us to 12.5 hearts. Last star drop. Yes! That fruit is a symbol of my love. Aw, thanks. Enter the fishing contest tomorrow. Absolutely not. Kisses. Goodbye. Still no Monster Musk quest. I can't believe how unlucky I've been with that one. On the morning of day 12 of winter, the next batch of Iridium wine has finished aging. It's always a welcomed sight. The Shane-nanigans continue as he struggles with my kegs. And where does Shane go? Just completely off the map. What? Where's Shane? What are you doing? Oh, he's gone. What? You thought just because it's the middle of winter and I'm hibernating through most of the month that I'm not messing with Pam anymore? She will forever be a target of my ridicule. Also, R is the button I'm using for animation canceling, which is why I can't seem to type it in the lower case. Like I mentioned before, as fun as animation canceling has been to play with, I will not use it in future playthroughs. Beautiful. Mischief managed. I've been hoarding all of the wine that I've produced, having to sell just a little bit more to keep the starfruit seed train rolling. I can't speak to if it was a conscious decision or simply force of habit, but I end up maxing my relationship with Shane. He now provides me gifts. Ah, you made an omelet in the microwave. That's disgusting. Thanks. As far as my perfection tracker goes, I am up to 70%. This is as high as it's going to get through my own efforts. It's time to bring this playthrough home. But instead, I get distracted. Ah, there it is, finally! I'm totally doing this. This is a total waste of time, but I'm doing it because I've wanted it so badly for so long. After switching back to the standard Stardew Valley mines to farm that scapula that I needed, I never ended up switching them back to the dangerous ones. I'm actually glad that I forgot that, because it makes farming the prismatic jelly that much easier. Oh, hello Floor 56. Floor 56 is the same infested floor that I farmed before when I was looking for dust sprite kills. I think I've found a new appreciation for Floor 56 in this playthrough. With my 9 million star cases, I farm Floor 56 until I find the prismatic jelly. I do quickly scout the floors that are convenient along the way and quickly find my mark. Yay. Too little too late, but I got it. I'm also gonna go craft one just because I can. The recipe will show up in my mailbox tomorrow, so my last task today is selling my stockpile of starfruit wine. Oh, yeah. When the game has no idea what number it's displaying. I love it. That's a lot of money. 19 million, if I'm not mistaken? 47 million total funds. The diamond production is coming along swimmingly, by the way. Because I'm just such an efficient guy, I didn't bother going back out to Ginger Island until the next harvest was ready. After completing that, I head up to the dig site to achieve perfection. Alright, dude. Let's do it. Hee hee hee. Creepy. 10. Should need 30. 27. 28, 29, perfection. Yeah, he's got music notes now. Okay, let's go check the tracker. There it is. 70% plus 30 waivers, which should be 100%.
I was born an ordinary boy, but I made a decision early in life that I would become extraordinary.
Extraordinary, you say? Way to go, Quee. Sweet. Feel it in your heart. Somewhere, somehow, Grandpa is beaming with pride. The legacy of Jojazon Farm is eternal. Yeah. Let me get out from behind the kegs. That button. Yay. I've officially accomplished everything that I set out to do, but it just doesn't feel like a clean ending point. So I'm gonna wait until I get Grandpa's evaluation at the start of year 3. I love that about this game. It doesn't truly end until you, the player, decide that it's over. Needless to say, I don't need any of these resources anymore, but I just can't help myself. After all, it's Thursday. Oh yeah, my monster mask. I totally forgot about that. I know it was like 5 seconds ago, but I did already forget about it. Monster mask, yay. Always seeking to find new ways of entertaining myself, today I decided to stalk Shane in the keg jungle. I gotta catch this with Shane. Okay, so he goes all the way. Okay, he's heading back over this way. And then he's coming back this way. Goes behind the kitchen somehow. He's a skinny guy. And then out of bounds. Oh yeah, NPCs do not like all these kegs, but I love them. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, kegging. A week later, I catch what happens after he goes out of bounds. Oh, Shane's back. What's up, dude? Where'd you come from? Where are you going? Oh, okay, he's going that way now. I think my kegs have kind of, oh god, he's coming back this way now. Kind of broken the AI's pathing a little bit. Really? You can do it, dude. You can do it. You can find the door transition. Oh, do I gotta chase him? I gotta chase him. No, there's too many kegs in the way. Where are you going? Oh, wow. What have I done? What's over this way? I'm trying to keep him on screen. Where now? Where now, Shane? Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Yeah, okay, well, Maybe we'll see him pop back on the map. I guess I'll find out.
And I never saw him again until the next morning. Before I know it, it's the last day of winter, year 2. I really don't need this oak resin, but I am programmed to collect all of it every time. Plus, just like with the pumpkins, it makes the farm screenshots more interesting when things change. I have nearly a stack and a half of oak resin just sitting there. I have absolutely no use for it because, again, I am flat out of iron. I could have gone and gathered more, but if you want to see ridiculous resource counts, then stay tuned for the upcoming 999 challenge streams. That project, by the way, is going to be the longest and most intense grind that I have ever attempted in a video game.
Nothing else to do. Let's go to bed. My dearest granddaughter, it's been many years since we last spoke. You were just a little girl, do you remember?
Yeah, Grandpa.
Look how far I've come. Though you may have forgotten me, I've been here all along. I didn't forget you. I wanted your 4 candles. You see, my body has departed this world, but my heart will always remain in Stardew Valley. Amen. You've been here for 2 years now. I'm so proud of you, my dear. You're a better farmer than I ever was, and you've brought great honor to the family name. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I did reach perfection. I can feel it now. My spirit is finally put to rest. Bless you. Oh, Grandpa, you're the bestest. The future of Jojazon Farm is now in my hands. Farewell. Ah, my trees are going to block the shrine. What's going on over here, eh? There you go. 4 candles, though. Wait for my return on the dawn of your 3rd year. Hey, there we go. Statue of perfection. Keep it up, kid. I think you're going to be a star. Yeah, I am a star. Hey, there we go. Statue of true perfection. Made of pure iridium. Sweet. And the final act, let's head up to the perfection summit. Oh, I can use my mountain obelisk. I've never used it yet. What are my buffs today? Ore and infinite energy. That's boring. Yeah, I've never used this obelisk. Let's do it. Bring my horse with me for this momentous occasion. Oh, and you know what? Out of respect, I'll take off my hat. Perfection.
Hey, Doris. Sup, babe?
That's gross. I feel gross now. See, I took my hat off, and now the parrot's on my head. I was just thinking about the last 3 years. Buddy, I've been here for 2. Also, what? We haven't been through a lot together. You got a beer every morning, and I pretty much ignored you otherwise. But sure, yeah, we've been through a lot. I gave the mermaid's pendant to the right person in this playthrough, I think. Alright. Roll credits. As the credits roll and we see the farm's overall progression, I want to take a quick moment to thank those of you generous to support my content. Whether you're one of the incredibly generous names on screen right now, or if you simply watch and engage with my content, I can't thank you enough. It's truly humbling to me that so many of you out there enjoy watching my craziness on screen. This year has been a difficult one for me. I have not uploaded nearly as much content as I wanted, and once again, I can't thank you all enough for enjoying what I have produced in the long breaks between releases. I've learned a lot about myself, how I function, how I don't, and am ever optimistic for the future. Here, let me get zoomed back in. My toolbar's gone. There we go. Oh, apparently being that zoomed out broke the background. Oh well. Anyway. Thanks for watching. Much love, and stay Eggsceptional, everyone. What are these birds? Ah, they're scary. I don't like them. Alright. I'm out of here.